Well, the Assassin's Creed Shadows reviews are in, and I'm really torn. This was one of the games I was looking forward to the most this year, and I'm seeing a lot of good things. There are some split opinions on whether or not this is a good Assassin's Creed game or not. Is it too repetitive, open world exploration? But generally speaking, there's a lot of themes I think that are hitting in a good way. In case you missed it, the game is basically landing on an average of 81 pretty much across the board, whether you look at OpenCritic or Metacritic. Now, this is right in line with Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Valhalla, and Origins. All those games are in the low 80s from critical reception. Now, I will point out that both Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Origins have like a 90% on PlayStation from the users, so quite a bit higher once the actual gamers got their hands on those games. Now, Origins was sort of the beginning of the departure for Assassin's Creed to be more RPG, a little less like the classic stealth approach, and Origins is my favorite Assassin's Creed, and it sounds like Shadows is going to be in that lane, which has me excited, I should say. And, you know, thanks to Jor Raptor here for the footage. If you guys like his content, make sure and go check it out and give him some love. If you enjoy my breakdowns and discussions, make sure you're hitting like and subscribe. So, you know, graphics and performance are being highly praised. I'm hearing really good things about the PlayStation 5 Pro. Gameplay is being praised. I've seen some great stealth footage on Twitter from Synth Potato. He was uploading some stealth footage that I thought looked really, really amazing. There is some visceral combat clips floating around. People are saying it looks like Mortal Kombat finishers for some of the stuff. There are some general themes that the game is receiving in the vein of praise. People are saying this is one of the best Assassin's Creed games of this type. People are saying it's some of the best combat in an Assassin's Creed. They like the new stealth. They say that the map is less dense, which makes it more enjoyable. It also sounds like exploration has been minimized quite a bit. Sticking to the roads is something I saw a couple of people recommend. So why am I torn? You know, why would I be torn if the game is doing well and getting good praise? Well, hearing that this game is larger than AC Odyssey but smaller than Valhalla is a bit of a damper on my excitement. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit closer to Origins in size for completion. Big games right now are a bit of a tough sale for me just because of my player habits. I can only play for an hour, sometimes 2 hours a night, and that makes games like this a bit of a long endeavor. There are reports that the main story is about 40 hours long. Origins was around 30, and once you pass the 30-hour mark, it can be tough for me to want to keep going. I had that issue with Rise of the Ronin. Now, many reviewers are far exceeding 40 hours. I'm seeing people saying that they're, 40-something hours in, and they only feel like they're about halfway done. Others have said they got to around 60 or more. Now, I'm 25 hours into Death Stranding, and I don't know if my tolerance for longer games can take another 50-hour game. Rise of the Ronin felt too long, but Death Stranding hasn't felt like 25 hours. When I saw last night that I've been playing for 25 hours, I was actually kind of shocked. And I think gameplay loop has a lot to do with this. Hopefully the rumored co-op that Insider Gaming talked about lands in Assassin's Creed Shadows. That could be a great way for me to complete this game, because then I could put in longer play sessions. If it becomes essentially my wife and I's TV show for the evenings, then I can play for more, for longer blocks of time. It's hard to finish games that are lengthy when your blocks of time for gaming get a little bit shrunk. Sometimes your job changes, your schedule changes, responsibilities change, and so it can make it difficult. And something really, hit me this morning about this game, in that it's really going to come down to that combat loop and that gameplay loop. Am I going to want to stay in the world? That's essentially what happened to me with Ghost of Tsushima. The combat was so satisfying, I never really felt like, I don't want to do this again. Every time there was a new duel or a new little, outpost to take over, I wanted to do it, and I'm hoping that AC Shadows can land on that way in me. I don't want it to be like Tsushima. I want it to be its own game, but I'm hoping that the gameplay loop can do that. That's essentially what has happened with Death Stranding, is that the gameplay loop has hooked me. The delivering of packages, the navigating the landscape, strategizing how to maximize how much I can deliver, getting better at delivery, getting vehicles, building roads. Like, there's all these multifaceted layers and almost like games within the game that I'm playing, that it never feels mundane. It never feels like I'm just kind of doing the same thing over and over again, which that's what you're doing in every game, right? You're doing the same thing over and over again. can they build it in a way where the variety and the dynamics and the change, can they build it in a way where I want to keep going? So I'm hoping that can happen with AC Shadows, but it does make me feel a little bit torn about whether or not is this going to be another really dense game that I don't finish. AC Odyssey, that was the case with that game. AC Valhalla, that was the case with that game. They were beautiful games. I was intrigued. I wanted to play them. I'm a long-standing AC fan. And I never played and finished Odyssey and Valhalla beyond like a couple of hours because they were just too dense. And I really hope that AC Shadows does not fall into that category. But I did want to say something here at the end that kind of hit me this morning about the score. I'm actually really glad that this does not have a crazy high score. It's really hard for conspiracy theories to get any traction when the game has an 81. An 81 is fine, but it's not overly impressive. It's not Game of the Year worthy. It's just a solid score. It is helped the game, I think. We'll talk about where it is on pre-orders and sales in just a second. But I really feel like if this thing would have hit like an 88, or 87 or like a 90, I think conspiracy theories and lies about the game would have been the focus. And yes, people are still trying to run some kind of a narrative. Apparently, a lot of reviews use the word return to form or the phrase return to form. I've been through this before with games like this. With Veilguard, we went through that, and I went to, AC Mirage, and I just searched for the word return on Metacritic, and there was like 15 different reviews that said return to form, return to roots, or return to classic. And if people feel like this game is in some way returning to form with stealth or with just being a good AC game, I don't think there's some kind of a conspiracy theory going on here. I certainly don't think that there is some kind of media darling treatment for Ubisoft. I made a post on Twitter, and I just sort of showcased the following image. I'm gonna just sort of do this ad hoc for you guys so you can see this image. I really don't think there's evidence of Ubisoft being in some strong state with the media or the gaming press or the review circuit. These are just a smattering of recent Ubisoft games and how they've been treated by the press. A 59 for Skull and Bones, 76 for AC Mirage. Star Wars Outlaws is 75. If anybody's going to try to claim like, oh, they're padding it because it's woke, everybody claimed Outlaws was woke. So it feels like such an unfalsifiable position. They'll say, well, Outlaws got what it deserved, go woke, go broke. But then AC Shadows gets, a solid score, and we're going to try to claim the opposite. Well, oh, the media is giving it padding. I mean, Far Cry 6 got a 73, Avatar a 72, and then Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Extraction got a 73. So I don't see any evidence that Ubisoft is in some position. They're not in a strong position in the market right now. They're in a weakened state. I don't think anybody's trying to, stay in good with Ubisoft. I think the 81 is a genuine score. I don't think there's something, suspicious going on here. So I'm actually glad it has an 81 because it can just literally be a solid score that helps it, and it seemingly is helping it. It has jumped from the 44th place to yesterday it was in 5th place to now it's in 2nd place on the top selling games on Steam, right? So it is climbing. It's not even release date yet, and that's usually a very good sign. In the days leading up to a game's release, you want to see a game climb to the top sellers, and then obviously if it stays here in the days after, that is also a good sign. I have said that I anticipate AC Shadows having a very strong score, especially on PlayStation, given everything we're hearing about how it runs on the PS5 Pro. So jumping like that, I would say, is a good thing. It seems the reviews are having a good impact. And so, as I said, I hope this game kind of lands on me like Tsushima, not because I don't think it's a similar game, and I don't want a similar game, but I want it to land on me in a way where, I just kind of want to be in the world. I want to be engaging in the combat and the quests and the side quests. So I'm actually glad to see it doing well and that pre-orders are climbing, and I hope that just continues to defeat the notion that we heard Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was woke and it got great critical reception and sold well. We heard the same thing about Monhun Wilds, and its critical reception was great, its sales were strong. Split Fiction, critical reception was great and its sales are strong. I would say an 81 for AC Shadows, again, is right in line with AC Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, and all those were very commercially successful AC games, the 3 most commercially successful. So I hope that happens for Shadows. It'll be the 4th game this year that's a swing and a miss for those hate campaigns claiming games are something that they're not, or cheering for games to do poorly. And as I said, it seems AC Shadows is on its way to having a pretty good run. So I'm torn. based on game length, not based on quality from everything we've heard. So those are my thoughts. Now I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts. What do you think? Is this increasing the likelihood that you want to jump into the game? Is it decreasing the likelihood? Were you swayed in any direction by the reviews? Negative, positive, more in the middle? Where are you guys landing with AC Shadows given the review scores, the pros, the cons, everything that we're hearing? And do me a real quick favor. We already hit 100 likes. Let's quickly try to hit 200 likes. That can really help a stream like this. The gaming news has really come to a crawl, and some of that's because AC Shadows dropped, and that's all anybody's talking about. That's all I saw in the headlines and the articles on Twitter. That's all anybody's discussing. In the wake of the game's launch, you'll probably see a bunch of guides come out and a bunch of things come out that, talk about, the how to find things and how to fight and how to approach combat. AC Shadows is around 30 to 40 hours. Risic with 42 months. That's going to start things off for us today. Well, I'm going to need to check and see if anybody did any gifting during my show open, but that gets us to 232, and that's going to be 233. Risic says, best community here. Here's the 42 more months. Thank you, Risic. Risic's also been incredibly generous with gifted guys and shiny red flag at 25 months. You may notice some people are renewing their members, and it says Member Plus. That's the membership that you want to be on because it gets you out of the gifted pool and you get more content. And I'm only able to do this full time because of folks supporting the channel directly. And so there are some significantly generous people that kind of keep things going here, and we'd really like for that to shift into the hands of the community more than just a handful of very generous gifters. Sven says, I appreciate your perspective on it, but I know you approach these games through the lens of a working dad. The density of the games are hard to get through in that sense, but if you're not in your situation, I see myself loving this. Well, you may have heard, Sven, I did say also in the beginning, I would probably then grow to appreciate the size of the game and length of the game if they add the co-op, because then I would be able to play for longer play sessions. If I can play for 3 or 4 hours a night with Madam in the game instead of an hour or two by myself, that really does change perspective. And I think I owned that in the show open. I don't think you're actually saying anything I didn't say. I said, listen, I'm torn because of my current player habits, because of my current allotment of time. I don't think you're actually saying anything I didn't own in the show open. It's I'm just not at a place where I can hack away at a game for 5 hours a day. A 40-hour game is no big deal when you can play for 4 and 5 hours a day, because then a week and a half later and you're done. You carve the game up really, really quickly at that clip. Super Gaming with 30 months in a VIP, almost 3 years. Can't wait to play AC Shadows this whole weekend. Best gaming channel around. And a member plus from Bubble Pants at 30 months as well. Excited to start Shadows. Got tons of enjoyment from the last 4 AC titles and looking forward to more. And that gets us to 235. We're 15 away from the next milestone at 250. I will owe you guys some members. Respectfully, reviews are for people who don't know what they want, so they look to the opinion of others. I think once you get to a place where you can afford what you want, I don't think that's what reviews are for at all, Corey. I don't agree with that. I think reviews are here to give us a pretty good barometer of something's quality. I don't think I've ever looked to reviews to be like, well, I don't know what I want. I only get an hour or two as well, says Sven. I think it just comes down to how long you want to stick with something before you feel like you're missing out. The other thing is I was playing decent play sessions in Ronin, Sven. I was playing for pretty decent play sessions, and I also think it comes down to the gameplay loop. I think it really does come down to the gameplay loop. I was loving Rise of the Ronin, and I got into the 30-hour window, and I was like, I'm ready to be done. And it was it took me 47 hours to beat the game. I do think sometimes content loop has an effect on my endurance. It's not just my ability to play for long periods of time. It's, my gosh, a combat-focused game can really, I think, wear you down because you're I can only do this so many times. I can only fight so many bosses before I sort of feel like I'm experiencing deja vu. And Crispy Bogod with the VIP renewal, 42 months. Still not sure I've read a real negative review. Beautiful world, deep combat, novel new ideas, 6 out of 10. Type negative reviews of what I've seen. Sounds like a 7 to 8. I do think that a lot of the reviews, the criticisms felt pretty minor. It didn't feel like anybody was saying it was a bad game. It was just, yeah, I've kind of played this game before, or I don't really like the open world, or I don't like the RPG approach. And it's like, well, you're scoring it based on preference, not based on quality. And I think that's always hard because people will always say, well, every review is just somebody's opinion. And I'm like, well, yes and no. I think a review is also supposed to represent the quality of the game, not like, well, I don't like RPG. I don't like that they put RPG stuff in the game. Okay, well, did they do it poorly? Is it implemented poorly? Does it hurt the experience, or did you just not like it? Zelda Heart with 3 months and a member plus. Bought Returnal yesterday and played it for the first time on PC. Just beat Biome 1 before leaving work. Holy moly, this game is amazing. And we've got some super chats coming in. Hang on, I forgot to set the super chat goal. And now you guys have bumped the member line to 237 with your renewals. A $5 super chat from Mr. Insanity. Among all the reviews I've seen, good and bad, the story is the single big consistent issue and is a big flag for me to not get it. I think I'm a little less concerned about the story because I've never really been super big on the story, although I do think Assassin's Creed Origin story was quite good. And then Game Over Cholo with the 50 spot, I think that's like $2. Pre-ordered Shadow for PS5 Pro. Heard a few glowing reviews on it. Hate the Digital Foundry separates it from console reviews if they put it down. I'm not. Can you explain what you mean to me? I need to also explain something to you guys as a YouTuber. I will gift a member. Let me sort of break the fourth wall for you here. And defend Digital Foundry a little bit, and I'm amicable with those guys. I have no dog in this fight. We're not like friends. We're not buddies. I've never done any content with them, but I am going to defend them a little bit. Some of you pro PlayStation guys are nuts. You guys are nuts. You're losing the plot, okay? And you're hammering them because they have once again decided to break out the PS5 Pro breakdown separately, and you think they're doing it to like protect Xbox. That is not what they are doing, okay? If you go and look at their Monster Hunter Wilds breakdown, their tech breakdown of Series S, X, and the PS5 got like 300-something thousand views, and their breakdown of the Pro got like 250,000 views. They're basically able to double their viewership by doing two separate videos because the PS5 Pro is its own specific search term, okay? They're playing the game, right? They're playing the game of separate it and we'll get more views and more clicks, and I have no problem with that. I think that's totally fine and totally legitimate. We also have to consider what Paul is saying. The Pro is the smallest percentage of the console user base, so they probably see its value being in a more narrow funnel. It's in a more narrow search funnel, right? The people that either don't have the Pro or have the Pro or maybe are interested in the Pro, they're basically going to say, I want to search for this. So it's a very narrow funnel. So you don't want that in the main video. Now, personally, what I think Digital Foundry should do is a third video. I think they should do the one with Series S, X, and PS5 and then do the Pro separate. But I do think there should be a video with all of them because I do think it would help the consumer to see here is the weakest console in the market, the Series S. Here's the strongest console in the market, the Pro. And here's the spectrum of what you're going to get in this game. And then consumers have a wonderful sort of spectrum and side by side. If anything, I don't get upset that they're like, oh, they don't have the Pro in the breakdown. I get what they're doing, but I don't think people are turning it into some kind of a conspiracy theory, okay? That like Digital Foundry's like pro Xbox and that they're compromised. I have never gotten that impression from any of their content, right? People come over their videos meticulously and try to claim, well, they should have zoomed in on this, or they should have covered this, or they should have criticized this. They're softer with Xbox games. I don't know if I've ever been compelled to believe that. I would need there to be a pretty compelling video with a lot of evidence to show me that Digital Foundry has some kind of a pro Xbox bias, because I've not seen evidence of that in their videos. I just haven't. If the Pro version, I don't need a breakdown of Xbox performance. I don't give an F. I don't need the basic PS5 breakdown either. Give me a full Pro video as a standalone, says Eugene. I also think that's probably part of the audience, right? Like, part of the audience is Pro owners just want to know all about the Pro. Think about it. There's no parity. Like, the Pro is going to have different modes and different options that you're not going to have on the base PS5, so it's hard to compare. It's like, well, yeah, here's every game with this mode and here's every game with that mode. A lot of the times the Pro has like extra modes, or their modes are completely different. Like, its performance mode has global illumination and the base PS5 doesn't. And you might say, well, I'd like to see that side by side to see how different it looks. That's why I think maybe they could do that for the people that wanted. They could do a third video and do a side by side of everything, but they may not see demand for it. I don't know. Paul says, if the Pro version craps all over the Xbox Series S, it also craps on the 70 million base PS5 users. I think they want to see it be significantly better than the S. I think that's what, like, the Pro PlayStation guys want. Yo, what's good, Gaming Tech? Good to see you in chat. I referenced your video at least. Well, did I reference it? Yes, I referenced your video recently in one of my videos. I can't remember which one. About the PS5 Pro and how you were one of the first people to speculate that there might have been an update to PSSR inside of Space Marine 2. You had said that you thought maybe there was a newer version of PSSR in it, and I think you were one of the first people to kind of say that was starting to happen, and now we're seeing evidence that PSSR will be improving over time, and there'll be, improved iterations. Now, I don't know if that's a per game thing or if the Space Marine guys were just better at implementing it, but your breakdown of Space Marine 2 was one of the reasons I jumped back into the game. And I remember that day, and then in another video gave you that shout out of Gaming Tech thought that there was a new version of PSSR in Space Marine 2 because it just looked so good. Mash says, I don't care what is stronger though, I just care what the game performance is like. If a 2D game comes out at 30 FPS on consoles, I'll still complain. Yeah, again, I just think that the pro Sony guys are going too far with it. I think you guys get a little conspiratorial about everything. I mean, I love a good conspiracy, but I don't think that there is some kind of a conspiracy going on with Digital Foundry. I do not think. I think in their mind, it's such a separate piece of tech because it's a mid-gen refresh. To them, it's like, this should be on its own. There's significant things we want to break down with the Pro that would really distract from people that are like, well, how does it run on the S? How does it run on the X? 70-something million, 75 million people on PS5. Well, I'm sorry, on the base PS5, it's like 70. So, in the 70s. Those people want to know, how does it run on the base? They don't care about a deep dive into the global illumination and performance mode on the Pro. Like, if you own a Pro and you want a deep dive into those modes and you want Digital Foundry kind of carving up the game and how it runs on the Pro, you want them to do it as a separate video. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say you guys would do. I'm calling the ponies out a little bit right now, right? I'm calling you ponies out just a little bit here. If they included the Pro in their breakdown, you would cry and complain and say that they didn't give it enough attention and enough of a breakdown and that they're trying to gloss over how good the Pro is. I truly believe that. I think that you guys would still give Digital Foundry criticism. You'd be angry that they didn't give the PS5 Pro enough treatment and enough coverage. Like, you can't win with some of these people. Like, you cross over from fanboy to fanatic, and it's like, you can't win. If it was Series S, X, PS5, and Pro, you'd be like, well, the Pro didn't get enough attention. You didn't really talk about all the stuff. And they'd be like, well, yeah, we have to make the video watchable. We can't have an exhaustive breakdown of every single thing. So they separate it. It has its own standalone video, and it looks, and I think that actually is better for the Pro because you get a breakdown of every single thing that it's going to be doing. There are other breakdowns aside from Digital Foundry. Just find someone else to watch. Yeah, you could probably find somebody who's done a breakdown of all four. Just watch another breakdown. You don't need Digital Foundry. There's other YouTubers now that do breakdowns like that. They're not the only game in town. Guys, really quickly, smash that like button. Get us to 200 likes. A nice strong turnout for the day. If you've never been here before, I'm a Safe for Work broadcaster. It's basically a gaming podcast Monday through Friday. I'm highly interactive with the chat. So hit subscribe so you can talk in my chat, and we'll go back and forth. Your video's coming soon. Yeah, guys, Gaming Tech's in chat right now. Check him out. Super nice guy. Watch his content. He does breakdowns. Again, he was one of the first people to point out that PSSR seemed to have been better, or at least better implemented in Space Marine 2. And dadgummit, Space Marine 2 really makes the Pro look good. Really makes the Pro look good. I think acshadows is going to make the Pro look good. I think people are going to turn around, and that narrative that the Pro is a scam and is a waste or whatever, I think that's continuing going to be a hard sell if one of the bigger games this year is again looking great on the Pro. Monhun Wilds looks it doesn't look great. It's kind of ugly image quality, but runs a whole lot better, looks a whole lot better on the Pro. I mean, it's going to be hard to keep telling people that thing is a waste and a scam as more and more games come out and really show it off. You know, I don't think that's going to end anytime soon. You know, man, come on. Pro is not a scam, just a little bit too expensive, but you get 2 terabyte and Wi-Fi 7. I'm interested in your take on this, Gaming Tech. So anytime we talked about the PS5 Pro and the price, this is what I said. I said essentially what you're having to ask is the Pro $250 better than a PS5 digital, right? So the PS5 digital's $450, the Pro is $700. It's a $250 difference in price. And the way I argue this is how I structure my argument. I'm curious what you think. If I went into the PC world and I was building a PC for $1,250 and I increased my budget by $250, how much of a jump would I get from one PC to the next? Like a $1,250 PC and a $1,500 PC. Is $250 going to buy me a really big jump? I don't think that it is. I'm not the expert in building PCs, but I don't think an extra $250 is going to create this significant jump when building a PC. So I kind of contrast that and compare that to if you're deciding between $450 and $700, you have to ask the question, is the jump worth $250? And based on everything we've seen, AC Shadows, Space Marine 2, and guys like John Linneman saying Horizon Forbidden West is like playing a high-end PC game on the Pro, I think the $250 bump is a steal. I think it's a steal. Now, this is just my perspective, but I think that's a steal. It's like, you're getting that big of a jump for $250? PS5 is $679. Pro is... okay. So how much of a difference in price is that? Hang on. Let me quick math this. So you're talking about $1,200 versus $680. So for you, it's $520. Okay, so that makes more sense of your perspective then. So my American is showing, right? My American flag is showing. I'm like, $250? $250 more? So Gaming Tech, if it was only $250 more for you, would you agree with my argumentation? Is this a regional thing? Like, is your argumentation based on like $520? That's like an entire other console practically. It's like buying 2 consoles almost. $679. Okay, you would agree. Okay. So that makes sense. I wonder if sometimes when we're having this conversation, I'm talking with somebody that's like, it's not $250, Lono, it's like $500. And that, I think, would change my perspective. It would. I think it would. Because I think going into PC world, the difference between a $1,000 PC and a $1,500 PC is probably a pretty good jump. And the jump from base PS5 to Pro to somebody might not be worth that. Those are Aussie dollars. I believe they officially call them dollary dues, Zubair. I believe that's the official currency. Or dingo chips. I forget if they changed it. The government changed. They voted to change. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Good on Mike. I'm not doing it. I can't do an Aussie accent. I can't. I can do a decent Brit. No Aussie. Disk drive's $160 if you can get one. Yeah, I think the $500 is too much. Yeah. Down under dollars. That's good. That's pretty good. If you guys are just tuning in, we're discussing AC Shadows, performance on the Pro. We're kind of talking price of the Pro. Gaming Tech's in chat. We're kind of at a bit of a back and forth. People are like, have him on the show. We're trying to set up Thursdays to be a hot mic Thursdays where like people can come on. We can schedule folks to come on and talk about different things. If you've never been here before, hit subscribe so you can talk in my chat. Very interactive chat. Also, everybody double check that you have hit the like button. Go through that ritual. Get us to 200 likes. And if you've never supported a channel directly on YouTube before, that is one of the main things we do here. Probably more than other YouTubers. If you don't like that, I get it. I understand. But we do a lot of members-only content. If you do want to support directly, make sure you pick Member Plus. It's $6 a month. You get into morning coffee, green room, and streams with my wife and my buddy Hilly. You can't see any of that if you're not a member. And I don't talk about this enough, but this is another way to support if you're a coffee drinker. Okay. Digital Foundry videos put me to sleep. I like their videos to kind of, I bounce around through them really quickly, usually just to get the kind of the breakdowns of the performance and how things are running. Yeah. Aren't the PC parts correspondingly higher over there too? AOZ might be making a good point. It probably would be a bit more if you were trying to upgrade peripherals in your PC. I mean, chime in here, Gaming Tech. Is that true? Like if you go to upgrade RAM, CPU, GPU, generally anything, do you also then run into that kind of a bump in price that's sort of a damper on even wanting to do it? Okay, so my haircut got rescheduled. Okay, perfect. Dylan with 3 months of memberships, and he bumps the line to 238. Thank you so much, Dylan, for supporting the channel directly with a Member Plus and renewing. Hey, Lono, good morning. I started playing Death Stranding last weekend. Well, I hope you enjoy it. My 4080 was 1800. So how does that compare? His 4080 was 1800. How does that compare? Consoles are cheaper here. Okay. I feel like my argument still holds some water, though. Maybe it doesn't because consoles are viewed differently. Consoles are viewed as more closed and not modular. And so spending $1,200 is pushing you toward, well, why wouldn't I just do a PC, right? And Dylan gifts a member, and it goes to Sumo. Thank you so much. And that bumps the line to 239. Thank you so much, Dylan. Yo, what's good, Feed? Feed is in the chat. Jason F. got a gifted member, guys, so let's try to get Feed back in here. And thanks for basically giving us 200 likes. We only need 5 more. You guys are doing great with the like count today. Thank you. That really does help this video find more folks. You only need to start labeling which dollars you are using. Yeah, I wonder, like, looking at Assassin's Creed Shadows, reviews, and you're seeing people talk about the PS5 Pro performance, and I'm sitting here thinking, that's just more reason to get a Pro. Pro's looking pretty good. But if you're sitting in a region where you're having to increase your purchase from a base PS5 to a Pro, and you got to spend like $500 just to get there, I could see why somebody wouldn't see it the way that I see it. I'm like, it's $250 more. Why is everybody getting so upset about this? In Brazil, the PS5 Pro price is equal to 2 PS5s. That's helpful, Angelo. I wonder, you guys are making my approach to this conversation maybe a little bit more well-rounded. Do you know what I mean? Like, that it feels like I have to consider sometimes who I'm speaking to regionally. Possessors is a fast-paced action side-scroller coming to PS5 later this year. I think I wish-listed this. Yeah, Meet Luca. Yeah. I think I've seen this. It looks really, really cool. A really cool side-scroller. I thought I saw you guys put something in the Discord about another game. What was it? Yeah, here it is. Forever Skies lifts off on April 14th. New co-op details on this sci-fi survival game. So they've got new co-op details. So Forever Skies is going to launch on PlayStation 5 on April the 14th. Get 72 hours of early access and in-game items when you pre-order. Okay, so you can play it as early then as like what, the 11th? This game looks like it plays solo or together with friends online. Okay, you can play co-op with up to 4 players, all in the same airship. I wonder if it's got cross-play. That would be nice if you could get cross-play in it. The reception to the demo has been fantastic. Okay, so yeah, you've already been able to play it if you guys checked out the demo. Lono, you do well having a global perspective for a guy from Kentucky. At least you are aware it exists, and you could probably find it on a map. I do my best. I do my best as a Kentuckian. I've officially lived in Kentucky longer than I lived in Ohio. So I've lived in Kentucky now for 23 years, and I moved here when I was like 20 or 21. So I am now a Southern bourbon drinking boy. Like, it happened. I don't know when, but it happened. Eugene says, "Hey." Yeah, we do wear shoes in Kentucky, contrary to what many people think. We do wear shoes. We don't marry our cousins, and we do wear shoes. We're not quite down south enough for all of that nonsense. Kentucky to Ohio. No, Ohio to Kentucky. The Pro is $1,200 equivalent in currency in Japan. It's hard times when a meal is still $7 of their currency. Do you eat eggs there? We would, but my daughter has a severe egg allergy, so we don't. Lono, you didn't even add tax. Depending what state you live in here, the Pro isn't a straight up $700 either. Okay, Mr. Chosen, you do understand that adding in the tax is superfluous to the discussion, because when I'm comparing the $450 to the $700, I'm not adding tax to the $450 either. And when I'm comparing the $1,250 PC to the $1,500 PC, I'm not adding in tax, right? Like, adding in tax doesn't add anything to the discussion. We're talking about the base retail price and a consumer making their decision. Consumers don't make their decisions based on tax. They make their decision based on price. Like, when you go to buy a TV and there's an $800 TV and a $1,000 TV, do you go like, well, why isn't the tax on the price card? Like, no, you're not doing that. You're comparing 800 to 1,000. You're saying, am I going to spend 800 or am I going to spend 1,000? Like, that's generally how we operate as consumers. Yes, the sales tax is there, but I didn't include it in any of the other price breakdowns that I was doing either. Most countries add tax to the RRP and don't have multiple tax regimes in one country. It's a lot to consider. You factor in tax. The average consumer is not factoring in tax, and even if you do factor in tax, I'm still being fair when I say you're comparing $450 to $700. In depending on the state that you live in, me factoring in tax is pointless because my tax might be less or more than yours, so it just muddies the waters. We're talking about the retail price of something and the consumer making a decision based on that price, and if they should spend more, and if they spend more, they might get more, and does that warrant the upgrade? That's the discussion. Tax is superfluous to that. It doesn't have a bearing on it, because you could live in Hawaii, California, Texas, or Kentucky, and all of our taxes are going to be different. All of our sales taxes are going to fluctuate. That's why we always talk prices without sales tax. Yeah, because it just gets confusing. Upgrade your TV to VRR and 65-inch, and you'll see great results. It's easy to justify the price gap when you're spending other people's money. So you think I spend other people's money? You think that's something that I do? How do I do that? I didn't know that I was able to do that. Where is this mythical credit card that you can get that spends other people's money? So here, sales tax vary wildly because local tax districts' sales taxes literally change across certain streets. It impacts purchases here, but it's not that normal. Yes, teach us the way. No one's choosing to not buy a PS5 based on tax. Yeah, like generally speaking, that's what you're doing, is you're making a decision based on the retail price. You're not including a chart of all 50 tax brackets. It's misleading. I'm unsubbing. It's Lono's fault that I buy all this crap. I freaking knew it. A couple of whales paid for your Pro. So are you trying to achieve something here? What are you wanting from this conversation? What are you trying to achieve here? I'm not sure what your aim is. Stop spending your employer's money on games. He thinks that tipping you is not your money. Okay. So people, I understand. Yeah, so people support me and the content, and then okay, I get it. No, I understand. If that's upsetting for you, for that I do that, I hope that you can find a way to not be upset by that. That I'm supported by people. I don't know what else to say. And MASH right on time. And a 20 bomb from MASH. And a $10 super chat from AOZ says, spend my money. And a 5 bomb from Super Gaming. you know, it's always entertaining. It's always entertaining. That's why I said, what are you trying to accomplish right now? What do you think you're going to achieve right now? And a 10 bomb from Quintar and a single from Lord Horg gets us to 275. Look at that tag team. And then it's going to be 280 because a 5 bomb comes in from Gambit Zero. $5 super chat tip from Wired Rope. I'm an adult with a career and I listen to Lono and I have agency clown. And a $5 super chat from OG Omar says this isn't income. And a 5 bomb from Zybersword 285. You want to we can continue the conversation when people are stopped spamming my chat with gifts. And a 5 bomb comes in from Dylan and gets us to 290, 10 away from 300. And a $5 super chat tip from Mike on a Mite says, mo money, mo money, mo money. And my man Space Jockey makes the confetti rain. And he says, take my money. And I now owe you guys a gifted. So, listen, anytime you want to come back in here and say what you said, feel free. You know? Feel free to do that. It's a welcome thing. And a $5 super chat tip from Sven. A little too early to hit the goal. It takes a second. And Jesse, with a 5 bomb of members, gets us to 295. I'm sorry. It's going to be 296, though. I owe a member. How dare I as an independent person? Yeah, the interesting thing about this discussion is in the criticism that you attempted to lobby. People have agency and a willingness to support something that they like, you know? Like I said, if that's upsetting for you, sorry. Syria with the 5 bomb gets us to 301. That's an agent of chaos to push us all the way past. I owe you guys like a 10 bomb of members right now. And $10 super chat tip from Insomniac Black says, don't you dare spend this money. Oh, and we got some more. We got a little member train going right now, and a single from J-Dog and a single from Joker Quinn. Thank you so much. 303 members on the day. And a renewal from Helio Lima. Thank you for 21 months of support, Helio. That is so kind. I appreciate that very, very much. And a $5 super chat from Super Gaming says, I heard give Lono money. Is this right? Novahan says, what in the prosperity gospel's going on in here? Mission failed? Yeah, I mean, I don't... I would never be upset at somebody having people that support them. I don't know. Again, if that's upsetting, find a way to not be upset about it. Been following since Destiny 2 Forsaken, and this community has always been really cool. I appreciate that, Benny. Thank you so much. Zubair says, buddy, where are you? I want more of your wisdom. I wonder if he's going to say anything else. We really disrupt the flow of chat. If you guys are tuning in to discuss AC Shadows and the Assassin's Creed Shadows review, the score average on Metacritic and why I'm torn, make sure and hit subscribe, chime in. Guys, to celebrate all of the gifting and all the kindness and all the super chats, be sure to smash that like button. Try to get us to 300 likes. Yeah, I appreciate the strategy of silencing that kind of nonsense with just showing support for what we do here. Now Lona will buy more things with other people's money, I guess. And then a VIP from El Duderino at 33 months. Get a job, sir. The bums will always lose, that's right. And now we are a 20 bomb away from 325. I currently owe you guys a 10 bomb. Every 25 I give 5 back. I use cash back to pay for this hobby. Turns out crippling debt pays sometimes. And a Member Plus from QBZ. Thank you guys so much. All y'all that are at the Member Plus level of membership and continue to support directly and renew. I appreciate that very, very much. Very much we pay your salary energy, but way sadder because it's other people pay your salary, I guess. There are probably more important things to be upset about. And a VIP renewal from Face. Thank you for 40 months, Face. That is a long time supporting the channel. Thank you so much. And a Member Plus from Egnarts. You guys, with all these Member Pluses, thank you so much. If you guys upgrade to Member Plus, it counts as 2, and we are really, really trying to push that number. We're at 610. That's the highest we've ever been of people directly supporting the channel. A lot of people stay on gifted, and we're really calling folks to jump up. For the price of a cup of coffee every month, you get a bunch of extra content, and it really does help. Alex with the $5 super chat says, most EA and Ubisoft games don't support Steam Cloud, which is a deal breaker for me. Imagine the Deck 2 comes out. I lose my progress when I switch. Dwayne with 34 months says 2 more months until 3 years. That's wild. That is a long time, and that bumps the member line to 309. Another great reason to be at Member Plus is your renewal counts every single month and helps us hit the goal. Just wait till people find out that supporting stores and buying products pays for the employees that work there. Yeah, I guess. Reforge providing wonderful content and peeps paying for it. It's almost like the way the world works. And Raphael with a gifted member, thank you so much. If it's confounding to people that folks support me, I can't help them figure that one out. I can't solve that for them. I sit in the chair and try and put on a great show for y'all. And if you keep tuning in, showing up and supporting, well, then I'm going to keep going. That's kind of the relationship we have. And Jeremy B renews his membership. I think we've got a really fun thing going, you know. That is one of the reasons I have said, listen, you know, if you can, jump in and support the channel on your own instead of staying on gifted, because we really are trying to make sure everybody who cannot afford a membership gets one. Cardoc Ren with 50 months. That's a lot of months at a VIP. My membership is turning into an old man. It really is. 50. Holy mackerel, that's a big one. I don't know if anybody has hit the 50 just yet. Are trolls who give you money for some reason included as a tax write-off? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I upgraded on Saturday during the Death Stranding stream. You upgrade on Saturday during the Death Stranding stream? I mean, I'll count it as 2. Did I not count it as 2 then? I'll count it as 2. That takes us to 4. And a 5-bomb from Behemoth gets us to 319. Another one. Thank you very much, Behemoth. Why are you worrying about his pockets? I mean, I think that guys that watch pockets hold pockets, you know, if you catch my drift. That's just kind of been my view of it, you know. I don't know if you've ever watched a TV show where people are in jail, but pocket watchers are pocket holders, in my opinion. Hex with 40 months says, dance streamer man, dance, and gets us to 320, just a 5-bomb away from 325. And somebody could slam that home right now. And a $5 super chat tip from Quintar. Cannot help it if we value Lono's opinions on our hobby. Well, I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. You did not see my 48-month renewal. I said thanks for being our daily routine. Keep it up. Behemoth, I'm so sorry for missing that, and thank you for restating it and calling that to my attention. Bumps it to 321, and a $5 super chat tip from Andy Ackerman. Your name is now Torn. Rip Torn. Okay, and then a J Ragged. What is going on? Why am I not typing over here? And then J Ragged renews with a month and says, his theory says none of us should buy anything at all because it's all someone else's money. Tell that to the government. That's right. This is not your money to spend. And Mile High with the super chat makes it rain confetto, and I owe you guys a member. Thank you so much. There we go. And then I'm going to reset that super chat goal. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support the channel. If you're listening, if you're lurking, if you are super chatting, if you're smashing the like button, all of those things help. I will gift a member. We could easily be at 300 likes right now And a lot of people do tend to leave when we go on these trains, but I don't care. This is what we do here. It supports what we do, and I greatly appreciate it. Hold Pockets Classic. Came back to my PC to say ha. That's what I thought about the one day, Broken. I was like, man, you're busy watching my pockets because you're probably holding one. Air Dry Moore with 31 months and a member plus. If Lono's spending my $6 on his Pro, does that mean I own a 0.8% stake of his console? How does money work? Help. And thank you so much for bumping the line to 323. And another $5 super chat tip from Joker Quinn says, love you, Lono, F the Pocket Watchers. I've never understood it. I don't get why people care. You know, I'm sorry. I am sorry that what I do is so upsetting for so many people. This is it. Digital Foundry playing the game. Assassin's Creed Shadows, PS5 Pro versus the PS5 review. And the title of their video is one of the best upgrades for the system. There goes Digital Foundry, you know. There they go, you know, being pro Xbox. I told you guys. I told you 20 minutes ago. I was like, Digital Foundry they don't have some bias. They have a video right now titled Assassin's Creed Shadows PS5 Pro versus PS5 Review. One of the best upgrades for the system. What a bias. Jamal with 17 months. Why do we bake cookies and cook bacon? We bake cookies and cook bacon because God said it to do it that way. It's in the Bible. I don't know. I'm kidding. That is not in the Bible. It isn't. It isn't. I could not think of a good answer. You know? Yeah, it's somewhere in Leviticus, probably. Can't wait to play. Just beat Valhalla yesterday, and I know Shadows cannot be worse than that. So I'm happy. Can't be worse than that. You can bake bacon. You actually can bake bacon. That's how we do it. A little bit of you just put foil on a pan and like a cookie sheet, catch all the grease. You know. He was very anti-cookie. Bacon is the holy meat or something. That's right. Yeah, it can be baked. Yeah, you just get a cookie sheet with some tin foil, and it's actually really, really easy. It's easy to get it exactly how you want it as well, because you could watch it, flip it. Yeah. Yes, I have a PSVR 2 symbol. I do. I don't use it as much as I used to because I have to move stuff around to use it, and I love it. Right? I love it. It's great. Yeah, if you guys are wanting another breakdown, again, Gaming Text in chat, check out his video as well about AC Shadows breaking down performance across all of the different platforms. So be sure to give him some love as well. It's actually easier to bake. Yeah. If you don't have to flip it, we flip it when we bake it. I ain't cooking stuff that spits on the stove top. In the oven it goes. That's right. It's not big on bacon. It's eventually okay with it, Gavin. It's okay with bacon eventually. It takes a while. It does. You got to get to like the fourth act, and then you're like, okay, bacon's okay now. So yeah. Compulsion Game says something's coming tomorrow. PS5 version. They're the ones doing South of Midnight, right? Upper Echelon with 17 months says, I'm an Xbox guy with a Pro for exclusives, starting to consider playing multiplats on the Pro if these differences become significant going forward. I mean, check out the videos that are breaking down how good the Pro looks. I have heard nothing and seen nothing but high praise for AC Shadows on the Pro. I stick my bacon in the fridge, marinating overnight with barbecue sauce and shallots, green onion, and then I stick it in the air fryer for 10 to 12 minutes. Good golly, this guy's an artisan with bacon out here. You know what I mean? He's a baconizen. That's impressive. Why aren't they comparing the Pro to the Series X? Okay, that's a fair question. So if you guys are just tuning in, there's been a lot of Assassin's Creed Shadows reviews out there. There's been a lot of, talk about performance, and there are now questions about, well, why did Digital Foundry wait to do the Pro in a separate video? And I continue to think that they do that because, number one, it is a more smaller represented product in the market. Not as many people have it, right? I also think that they want to give it fair treatment. And if they include it in a video with Series S, Series X, PS5, and the Pro has stuff that's not on any of these other platforms, right? Your pony's showing? But the ponies are actually mad about this. I don't know what you mean. Like, the ponies are the ones that are mad. Oh, unless you're talking to the guy in chat, Jason. They're mad that, like, Digital Foundry separates the Pro. And I'm like, you want them to separate the Pro so it gets good treatment. My goodness, their thumbnail says Assassin's Creed Shadows PS5 Pro, a dramatic improvement. All y'all on Twitter that were giving them grief, you owe them an apology. You do. You owe them an apology. They're out here making the thing look good while you're accusing them of having some sort of an agenda. There's no agenda. I said it earlier. You would be angry and you would be criticizing them if the Pro was included in the full breakdown of Series S, X, and base PS5. You would accuse them of an agenda because you'd be like, you didn't focus on the Pro enough. You glossed over the Pro. You glossed over the improvements because it wouldn't get enough of the minutes to minute ratio of the video. So they give it its own dadgum video because they want to break down every piece of it. It takes just so much time to record all the footage, and Digital Foundry is doing a fantastic job with their breakdowns. Right. Gaming Tech will tell you he did one, and it probably takes more time. It's probably more difficult because you're like, well, how long do I want the video to be? You know, how long do I want to include? Well, I don't want to gloss over Pro stuff. I don't want to gloss over S. Like, you want to make sure everybody gets their fair shake. They won't get an apology. They have a narrative to protect. The next one's coming soon. What do you mean the next one's coming soon? What do they care? What are they trying to protect? I want you to explain that to me. Explain it to me. What is Digital Foundry trying to protect exactly? People come to them for tech breakdowns, right? And they're giving you accurate tech breakdowns. They don't do it in the way that you want, and you think they're trying to protect something? This constant insistence and this way we're going to interpret every action of a brand or a content creator in a negative way, it's just toxic. I just don't get it. It's like, what? I can't see the logic behind it. I mean, the loyalists, not Digital Foundry. Oh. I understand. You're saying that the people aren't going to apologize because they have a narrative to protect. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. I was going to say, what on earth is Digital Foundry gaining by separating the videos other than giving it exhaustive treatment? Like, I know if I go watch this video that they did, it is a 12-minute breakdown of PS5 Pro versus the PS5. I'm getting an accurate breakdown of everything that's different and how good it looks. Nothing's going to be left not covered. But if they would have tried to slap that 12-minute comparison into their existing video about AC is 19 minutes long already. Do you understand? Like, I don't think people understand. This is almost a 20-minute video. And then the breakdown between Pro and PS5 is 12. So you want them to drop like a 35-minute video so that your precious Pro gets covered in this breakdown. I get that everybody has preferences. I do. They did the same thing with Monhun right here. Here's the breakdown of base PS5 against Xbox consoles, and then here's the Pro. And look, here again, 16 minutes, so close to the 20-minute mark, and then a 10-minute video. They're trying to make this more consumable. They're trying to make this more watchable. They're not trying to make a 30 to 35-minute video so that you can watch one thing and be like, well, they talked about the Pro in the video, so now I'm happy. Let's watch the video. No. I don't want to do that. They just published their video. I don't want to undercut somebody else's content like that. They just published. So I'll promote it and tell you guys to go watch. I think what they do is helpful. I don't want to. They put a lot of work into those videos. People want to clip the video for easy rage bait. That's the facts. That's the facts. That's exactly what people want. They want to be able to go to the Digital Foundry video, and they want to have like their 4 side-by-sides, Series S, X, PS5, and Pro, and take their screenshot. Now, I did say this morning, it would be nice. It would be nice. This is just some of my feedback to Digital Foundry, and they can do whatever the frick they want. It's their channel. Here's some feedback as someone who consumes their content. I do think a third video would be nice. A third video, maybe it's shorter, maybe like a 4 or 5 minute video that literally just gives you like a nice side-by-side of all 4 consoles. Here's the weakest, here's the strongest, here's everything in between. Make your choice. I don't think they have to do that. I don't think there's an imperative. I just think it'd be nice. And then you console guys that want to fight all the time about this, you could get your precious screenshot for Twitter. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think there's some kind of a weird agenda at Digital Foundry. I don't. If anything, they're making the Pro look really stinking good. They've covered the Pro so much. My gosh. Their channel and their other clips channel is like a walking commercial for the Pro. They made so many videos. And what? There was like 3 games that had issues that they talked about. Everything else looked incredible. John Linneman says that Horizon Forbidden West is like playing a high-end PC game on the Pro. Like, but there's an agenda? The other issue with Assassin's Creed Shadows is the autosave function. It's so hard to compare the same part of the game when it's overwriting your save game. Oh. So is there a way for you to do manual saves and loop back? Is that what you're having to do? I found the gotcha. It doesn't hold a solid 60 in performance. Well, that's base PS5. Fuzzy. I wonder what the weakest is. Magnum Gaming with a $5 super chat says, is it safe to say whatever the differences are between the Pro against the base PS5 that it would indicate what the X is? Well, what you would have to do, Magnum, is you'd have to watch the video with the X and just kind of observe where it's landing and what it looks like, and then watch it compared to base PS5. And if they are in proximity of each other with respect to like Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay, if the AC Shadows gameplay has similar frame rate and image quality between Series X and base PS5, yes, I think you could do that. You've got to be careful, though, because sometimes it's not as even as you might think. Sometimes the Series X does better with certain sections compared to the PS5, and then that's an interchange, right? Sometimes the PS5 does certain sections better because one of them is stronger in one department and the other is stronger in the other. It's basically like a neck and neck race where sometimes one pulls a little bit ahead and then another one pulls ahead. They're usually right next to each other with respect to performance. The Series X is a great console, right? It's a great console. Oh, my bad. They kept bouncing between the two. Yeah, so it looks like the PS5 Pro can drop to 57 in areas where there's like a lot going on. I'm seeing like particle effects. I'm seeing flares and fires. I'm seeing smoke. I'm seeing a lot, and it drops to 57. I think that's... wow, I would say that's pretty dadgum solid if all that's going on. Because Rise of the Ronin, I would get into like buildings and stuff if there was fire, and that frame rate would be all over the place. It was bad. It was like jittery bad. I just started it. Generational divide in lighting fidelity has already been stated. I tried to tell people. I tried to tell them that the Pro was. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see if anybody finally comes around to being like, okay, the Pro's actually pretty good. Probably not. It's not a fixed 60, but who cares if VRR? Yeah, if it's landing in the 56s, 57s, VRR is going to hide that. You're not going to even see it. You need to be running actual like overlay analysis to even know that it's happening. Don't all of them have ray tracing in them, fidelity and performance? Yeah, performance has the global illumination, but it doesn't have like the reflective surfaces. Reflective surfaces are there for what balanced and fidelity. I believe that's what they did. The global illumination's there in performance, but the reflective surfaces is not. And from what I saw, people were saying performance mode's the way to go because the global illumination looks great, and then the frame rate's just so solid. Like, why would you go and deviate from that for the reflections? Now, some people might. They might be like, it's worth it, especially if they're okay with 30. Like, if 30 doesn't bother you, then I could see, I could see that being an issue for some people to be like, well, I want all the ray tracing, I want all the reflections, and 30 FPS doesn't bother me. So if you guys have not hit the like button, do me a favor and do that. Make like that the ritual of when you come to the channel. We need like 26 more. That really helps us when we roll the likes over. So let's hit 300 likes. We've only been streaming for about an hour. Thank you for the big turnout today. News cycle slowed down, but man, it's been a great turnout from y'all today. The best thing Digital Foundry did for Sony is coin the pronunciation for or PSSR. Oh, for PSSR. Once you get 60 FPS, you can't go back. Oh, for sure. I've always told people, like, they'll leave comments on my videos and they're like, I don't mind 30. I'm like, stay at 30 for as long as you can. Seriously. If you buy a Pro and you're like, yo, 30 doesn't bother me, just stay there. Play every game at 30 and get the most ray tracing and resolution that your eyeballs can handle, because the minute you start playing at 60, you will not be able to go back. You can't do it. You can't undo it. You can't. It's like, it's transformative. You can't undo it. You can't undo it. It's not possible. You will never be able to unsee it. It'll look jittery and blurry to you. Wait till you see 4K 120, 1440 looks blurry now. I think that's a little extreme. I don't know. 1440 looks blurry. Maybe. Yo, it's good game logic. You always go performance over ray tracing. Yeah, that's me too. Me as well. I just switch to performance every time. To the point that I did it in Death Stranding Director's Cut, and people are like, Lono, you can put it on fidelity mode at 60 FPS. That game just looks so good. Depends on the screen size and the distance. Yeah, like if you're up on a monitor, I could see going down, from 4K to 1440, noticing that. But I think if you're like on a couch and you're, 6 feet from the TV or however far you're supposed to be, 5 feet from the TV or whatever, depending on size of room, size of screen. Time for bed. All right, see you, Gaming Tech. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. It's crazy how you don't notice it until you play 60 FPS. It gives me a headache. Nobody believed me when I said that I got headaches from playing 30 FPS. They didn't believe me. When I had been playing Destiny and Fortnite at 60 on my PC, I had to play Spider-Man and God of War 2018 on my PS4 Pro, and I would end those streams and have a headache, and I never understood why, and I finally pieced it together. I was like, it's because I'm playing those games. As soon as I stopped playing those games, it went away. Everybody always thought I was exaggerating or being like a drama queen. I'm like, I'm just telling you my experience. I got headaches from playing 30. I felt like my eyes were straining. It was a weird experience. On my $4,000 PC, I get everything. I bet you do. And I bet you also play video games on it. I may be a drama queen, but in this case, it's real. Yeah, that's right. I may be prone to hyperbole and being dramatic, but not this time. Is Death Stranding locked at 60 in quality on the base? I don't know about the base, but I don't know. I don't ever see it stutter. Pac-Man. When it's raining, when I'm scanning, when I'm driving fast on a bike, when there's BTs in the area, I don't ever notice any frame dips at all. It's Decima. It's Decima, homie. I mean, it's just such a good engine. I'm having better clarity in motion, looking better. I find having better clarity in motion looking better than staying still to gaze at RT. I 100% agree with you, Magnum. I do. The minute you move, image quality suffers. That's why I don't get people that say 30 FPS is fine and it runs smooth. Because my eyes say, but it doesn't run smooth. It hurts everything. Everything looks muddy and blurry and like stuttery. Like all the image quality gets lost. It's mid-40s on the base PS5 in quality. Oh, okay. Well, there's your answer. So another great reason to have a Pro. If you're going to play Death Stranding before Death Stranding 2 comes out, if you're going to play Death Stranding 2, I'd get a Pro. I'd get yourself a dadgum Pro because I'm playing Death Stranding 1 at quality, and it doesn't stutter a bit. It is solid. It's beautiful. And Death Stranding 2 looks even better. A $5 super chat from Andy Ackerman. I'm just glad you made it out of J.C. Penney after Split Fiction. Did you like that? That was a fun rant. That was a fun rant. Death Stranding 2 is most likely 144060 with ray tracing, same as Horizon Forbidden West. Yeah. If you play Burning Shores, you've already had a taste of just how good Death Stranding 2 is going to look on the Pro. If you played Burning Shores on the Pro, we're in for a treat. Movies are filmed at 30, sometimes 28. There's more to it than just frame rate in games. I don't think comparing games to movies and TV shows has ever made any sense to me. That's never made any sense to me. I don't get that. They're completely different experiences. Movies are not interactive. I'm not directing the motion of the characters or the camera. There's no brain tether between the movement of the camera and me. It's not the same. I don't get why people always run to that comparison. It is such a bizarre comparison. It really, really is. Death Stranding 2 on the Pro will have a 60 option. It would be bad optics if it doesn't. I don't see how anything coming out in the Decima engine and as an exclusive to PlayStation won't have 60 for both. There'll be a 60 for both base PS5 and PS5 Pro. It's the Decima engine. What do we even... I mean, Decima is so scalable. They got insane results from Death Stranding 1 on not super strong gaming laptop. It was absurd what they were able to achieve with DLSS. And its internal upscaler, its homebrewed upscaler is very good. They use it in Horizon Forbidden West. They don't even use PSSR. Movie cameras are stable and slowly move. Yes, and when they have high-speed chases and high-speed action sequences, you're not controlling it, so your brain is able to sort of accept some of the blurriness. You just accept it. You know that you're not going to be able to see every single detail of the passing street signs and stuff and the passing buildings because you're not in control of the camera. So you accept a level of blurriness in those situations because you're not actively looking at the screen in the same way because you're not in control. Things are taking you by surprise. Things are happening outside of your own volition. You're just you're along for the ride. It's why watching trailers for video games, they're often at 30 FPS, and we don't really notice because we're not in control. FPS is a factor. For some people, it will be a showstopper. For others, not. Play games the way you want. There's no rule set that applies to every gamer. I could care less about the rubric for movies. Right. Again, I always tell people, if you can play games at 30 FPS and you like it, don't ever switch until you absolutely have to. Play at 30 FPS for as long as you stinking can, because you can't go back. We have to go back, Kate. You can't go back. You won't be able to. If you play a game at 60 for an afternoon or day or a week and you try to go back, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I see what they're talking about. You can play 30 FPS with motion blur on high and it won't hurt your eyes. How would you know that about me? That's not true. I think high motion blur 30 is so ugly. It is horrible looking to me. It looks like there's Vaseline on the camera. It looks like I'm looking at an out of focus picture. It doesn't look good. We have a question submitted by a member. This is something you can do when you're a member to this channel. Perfect Image says, with the PS5, with the HDR and the VRR, can you get a good TV or monitor with a 120 hertz? I like how you spelled hertz there. I'm not sure I understand your question. There are plenty of TVs right now that you can get that offer VRR and 120, but you got to do your research. I'm not a TV tech guy, but yes, those TVs exist. That's something that is available to you. Forward. Okay. They are two entirely different mediums created through two totally different technologies. Stop comparing them. Right. It just doesn't. I just don't think it's helpful. It isn't helpful. If you think it's helpful to you to like compare them, I mean, go ahead. I don't think it's informative to the average consumer to be like, well, movies are at 30 or 28 or whatever. And it's like, yes, but it's such a different experience. If you've ever watched movies at 60, they have almost like a soap opera weird quality. It's off-putting. I don't like it. I was watching Lost with my wife, and it bumped it. I forget what we were watching it on, and it bumped it to 60 on my new TV. Oh, I hated it. It looked so bad. We tried to get used to it, and I eventually switched it back. I was like, this just doesn't look right. So everybody's moving in a weird way. It looks like a soap opera. The floor has been raised, but if I absolutely have to, I can play both. Action games and shooters have been able to do 60 for well over a decade. I'm going to choose performance every time, but I can do 30. Here's one of the reasons I can't do 30, El Duderino. My backlog's too big. My backlog is way too big. If your game has any performance issues or problems or bugs or glitches, like what I did with Jedi Survivor, it's like, yeah, I'm just going to put you on the shelf. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait and hope for a patch. There's other games I could be playing right now. You know? Sorry. Do you guys remember the 30 FPS debate that we had when everybody was saying that the consoles weren't strong enough and that we were headed backwards and we were going to end up with more 30 FPS games? You know, we should pull all of those articles and videos and go ask those people and say, hey, what happened? What happened to your prediction here? I thought you said we were going to go backwards and more games are going to come out at 30. I thought the consoles weren't strong enough. And here we sit with a game like, you know, Assassin's Creed Shadows running on base PS5 and Series X and managing 60 no problem. A big game. A beautiful, good-looking game with good lighting, you know, and good graphical fidelity and detail. God forbid people actually move upscale. Apparently, this gen has never heard the intro song to the Jeffersons and refused to go back. And when they couldn't afford nice things, that's right. That game has many bigger issues than 30 FPS. Oh, what game's Andy talking about? That's why Hellblade 2 worked well at 30 because it's made like a movie. I don't agree. I don't think Hellblade worked well at 30. You lose. I continue to think you lose all the detail, all the lighting, and all the fidelity the minute you move. You can't see it all. It gets blurry. You're missing frames. Like you're just play at 30 if you can. But I'm here to tell you, to say that it worked well or looks better, you're missing frames. You can't see. Every other frame is missing. All the detail and the lighting is getting blunted. If you guys are just tuning in and you want to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows, I'm torn on the game. The AC Shadows reviews look good. I don't know if you were here yesterday. We did an Assassin's Creed Shadows review roundup where we went and looked at everything. We had a kind of a waiting room as well. A lot of the new AC Shadows gameplay I think looks really, really solid. We're talking about performance. PS5 Pro is looking really good. Digital Foundry dropped their breakdown. Gaming Tech was here in chat a little bit ago, and he has his breakdown available as well. I would check out both. And the nature of the discussion we're having right now is that, you know, what happens when you play a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows and you're dealing with performance issues or less frame rate or higher frame rate. 29 months for Dark Taco at a membership. Like, when are you playing AC Shadows? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we'll be playing. I will be playing tomorrow. I was hoping to maybe get a code. I had somebody that I was speaking with about it. It's what we'll be playing tomorrow. Insider Gaming just said PS5 is outpacing the PS4. Did they officially report that, or is it in the not? Hang on, let me pull that up, because that could be in America. Let's see. It was pacing. It was pacing where it was going to surpass it, but I thought that was in the U.S. market, which is still great. Escape from Tarkov. PS5 is outpacing PS4 while the Series X trails Xbox One in sales. Let's see what old Tommy Hendy's outfit's saying over here. Mike Straw writes good stuff. The sales of the PlayStation 5 are better than that of the PS4. This is according to the latest United States sales data for Circana. So it is in America. I thought that was going to be the case. It was pacing to catch it and surpass it. The PS5 is outpacing the PS4 in terms of sales by 7% after its first 52 months on the market. As of the end of the year, the PS5 has sold 75 million systems total, while the PS4 has sold 117 million consoles globally. Moving over to the blue to the green, the sales numbers for the Xbox Series X systems aren't as promising. According to Circana, the Xbox Series consoles are behind the Xbox One through 52 months by 19%, double digits. Yikes. Looking at the global sales numbers for context, Xbox Series has sold roughly 32 million according to VG charts. The Xbox One has sold 57.9 million units worldwide. Where is Silksong? I don't know. Nobody knows. Team Cherry indicated that it's coming along, that it's still in production. That's what they indicated. So one of the only things that was ever said, like specifically about it, was that the game had become quite large. The game had become quite large, and so that would be my expectation, is that it got bigger than Hollow Knight by a significant degree, and it seemingly has, mushroomed into a bigger game than maybe they expected. So, talking about console sales instead of sticking to the subject. Well, if you don't like me doing that for a matter of 60 seconds because an article just got posted, feel free to leave. And also feel free to not come back if that's so bothersome to you. This is a gaming news talk show. And something happened in gaming news, and we talked about it for 60 seconds. I've been streaming for an hour and 20 minutes. People have brought up all kinds of things on and off the subject, and we've talked about it every time. Not sure why that's so bothersome. Yeah. You can start your own channel and talk about your own crap. That's what my wife said. What's all this? You didn't count my renewal. Oh, did I miss you, Dan? I'm sorry. Dan, with 43 months at a member plus, do we have a release date for Space Marine 3? We don't. They literally just said, and that makes me owe you guys 15 members. I currently owe you 15. When that hits 350, I got to drop a 20 bomb. Who does this guy think he is? No need to listen to this. It's always interesting to me how sensitive people are on the internet. Like, what do you have to wear adult diapers to watch YouTube? Like, is it that upsetting that I told a guy that if he doesn't like me talking about other things, he can leave? Was that really harsh? Like, what do? Do you like stumble into a Keemstar video and pass out, because he raises his voice too much? Like Jiminy Christmas. I can't imagine being on YouTube and being that sensitive. Keep an eye out for this game. Okay. Like, there are people on the internet that will yell, swear, curse, and berate people who come in and say negative things. And I was just like, if you don't like me switching the subject, you can leave. And you're like, oh, good golly. This guy, who's he think he is? I think I'm the one in the chair. That's who I think I am. Gee, my knee. A VIP from Fuzzy. What's this button do? Agent of Chaos takes us to 326. Thank you so much, Fuzzy. Clutcho's Pearls. That's right, man. Gee, burrs. Bro malding because we talked about Xbox for 45 seconds. Yeah, it was so short. It was the shortest thing ever. We didn't go off down some tangent of a debate. It was like, oh, somebody told me an article broke. Let's go check out the article. My goodness. I wish Microsoft would say when indie is coming. There was a leak. It's looking like April. What was the leak date? The 17th? When are you announcing the chair sponsor? I need a new chair. I'm waiting for the update from them. Shipping is supposed to be happening soon. I'm gonna circle back. I'm gonna circle back with them and see what's going on. So we'll try to see. But yeah, I thought the Indiana Jones PS5 release date got leaked on like a French website or something. It was like the 17th, I think. I think it's the 17th. I could Google it right now. I don't want to change the subject though. might be really upsetting. Might be really upsetting for some people in the chat if I change subjects for a little bit. Him being mad is making the topic last longer than it would have if he just kept moving and not said anything. Yeah, the irony. What is this chair? Oh, you retracted. I was like, what are you trying to say, Brett? Safe guess when you see the chair on stream. Yeah, we're dealing with something new, so we're having to wait on shipping is what we're dealing with. Citizen JV says, I was cautiously optimistic about Assassin's Creed Shadows at first, but once I saw more gameplay and world building, I caved and pre-ordered yesterday. Can't wait to play. I will say all of the Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay that I've seen, it does look really good. My biggest pause and the reason that I'm torn is because a 40-hour game minimum is just a lot to ask for my current gaming habits. I mean, I'm 25 hours into Death Stranding, and it doesn't feel like it's 25 hours, but, you know, I've also been able to take some pretty big chunks out of it, like 3 hours on a Friday night, and some of these afternoons where I haven't had to make a video and I get to sit down and play for 2 hours. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that with Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm really, really hoping that we get the co-op update soon. You know, Insider Gaming's got a very good track record, and they said that co-op's coming. They did. Yeah, we'll have a chair sponsor. We should have a chair sponsor very, very soon. Let me see what the last update was. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, it should have happened sometime this week. Let me just circle back. Circling back to this. Excited to share it with the stream. There we go. We'll see. We'll try and get an update on it. The co-op obsession needs to be studied one day. Well, here's the thing. If I'm going to play all the way through Assassin's Creed Shadows, all right? If I'm going to play all the way through, this is the reality. I'm going to have to be able to play it co-op with my wife. I am. I don't see how fun co-op will be fun unless you can pick the same characters. Why would that not be fun? It Takes Two, you literally play as completely different characters with completely different roles the entire time, and it won Game of the Year. Why would you have to be able to play as, like, what, two Yasuke's, two Naoes? Playstyle is way too different to work in co-op and be fun. I think It Takes Two strongly repudiates that notion, Paul. It's a game made from the ground up for co-op. I mean, I think that's fair pushback, but again, as long as you have somebody who's willing to play as the ninja and somebody who's willing to play as the samurai. Okay, imagine it works like this, Paul. I'm just spitballing. I'm not saying this is the reality or the truth. But what if you go in and say, find me somebody to play with right now. I want to play as Yasuke, and it finds you somebody who's willing to play as Naoe. It has co-op. It is going to be adding co-op later, according to Insider Gaming. Ubisoft ain't giving you no friend pass. The AC Shadows co-op, prepare to pay $140. I don't have to pay $140. My wife and I play Returnal together, and I only bought it once. You just have to have two PlayStations. I mean, she and I have played plenty of co-op games with. I don't have to buy it twice. She plays on the home PS5, which means she can play on her profile, and then I play on my profile. I don't trust Ubi to be the guys to put in good co-op system. I don't know. I mean, didn't people... there was Far Cry... I'm sorry, there was co-op in Far Cry that people seemed to like. My only issue with Far Cry co-op was that it was always a companion and not like somebody with their own character. Division says hi. Yeah, Division is co-op. You have one character all about stealth and the other grounded. I don't know how fun that would be. So you don't think it would be fun to have somebody running distraction and somebody running sneaky? Really? I guess I would know because I have no friends. LOL. How do you do that? Via family sharing? So, okay, I have 2 PlayStation 5s. One of them I designate as the home PS5, and that means other accounts can play the games and it can play offline. It doesn't need to be plugged into the internet to play games, okay? So once I do that, both of them are plugged into the internet. My wife boots up Returnal on her account. I boot up over here on my account, and we play together. She has to play on the one that is designated as the home PS5. Once it's designated as the home PS5, other accounts can play any game I install. So I log in on my account, I install the game, switch to her, and instead of saying view product, it says play game. It lets her play. This has been one of my criticisms of Steam's family sharing. Steam family sharing only works if you're not both playing at the same time. So if I buy an online co-op game on Steam and Madam wants to play with me, we both can't play at the same time. I have to buy the game twice. So when people talk about PlayStation being anti-consumer, I always run to that comparison and say they're actually more consumer-friendly to me in my situation than Steam is. I think Steam should make an exception. I think as soon as a game is designated as an online co-op game, they should make an exception, and both it can be played in both instances. I don't know why they don't do that. It defeats the entire purpose of family sharing. The sharing has always been good on both consoles. I've gone halves on so many games with others. That's not its intended use, but you do you. I mean, if that helps you game more, then go for it. The sharing, Jake says, it's a great feature. It even allows the sharing of one Game Pass account on 2 different Xboxes. You can share, I didn't know you could share Game Pass. But with Steam, if you have 5 family members and 3 own the game and 3 can play at the same time. But you're buying the game each time. If you want to play at the same time, it needs to be purchased that many times. That's the frustration. That's the frustration I have with it. I use the sharing so my friends can check if they like a game before buying. There's a little bit of a trick as well with designating a PlayStation 5 as the home PlayStation 5. So I designated one as the home PS5, and then I unplug it from the internet, right? And then I plug in another one, and I designated it as the home PS5, and I unplug it from the internet. And then both of them are operating like home PS5s. Like I've done that for my kiddos. I use the sharing so my friends can check if they like a game before buying. Yeah, I think a lot of people have done that. Like they'll let their friend try out the game or whatever. They'll share the game, try out the game, and then you can make a more educated decision. So she uses PS Plus on her PS4. Oh, she uses your PS Plus on her PS4? Interesting. I use sharing so my friend could try a game before buying, and then when he started a game, it kicked me out. Yeah, it'll kick you out. You can't both be playing on the same account, unless of course, he can't be on your account. I did it to my son a couple times. We learned that the hard way. Again, if I designate him as the home PlayStation and unplug him from the internet, then it works. Wasn't AC Unity the last multiplayer or co-op AC? There was something, there was something in AC Unity for co-op, wasn't there? I never played AC Unity. Yeah, I never played it. So, I don't know. I've always wanted co-op in a game like this. I want co-op in... There was Immortals Phoenix Rising. I really wanted co-op in Immortals Phoenix Rising. I thought that game would have been so fun with another player. PS5 may want to check the license at some point if you unplug. Not sure why it happens. Yeah, again, what I try to do is I make sure they can get into their game. And then before turning each one on. Yeah. We haven't run into a problem with doing it yet. It's not an official feature. It's a loophole because offline play is only possible because of it. Steam offers an official family share option. I don't know what you mean. I play Returnal with my wife on our PlayStations. That seems like an official use of the feature. We're both plugged in and online. Back to the Assassin's Creed Shadows co-op discussion. I wouldn't have a problem, Paul, if it did let you play as two Yasuke's or two Naoes. I don't think it would be that big of a deal. If it's meant to be something more fun and more whimsical, AC Shadows co-op, Insider Gaming. Let's see what they officially reported on this. Back in October, they said Assassin's Creed Shadows 2 currently has a co-op mode in development, which is scheduled to release post-launch. The new co-op, the new co-op game mode, codenamed League, is under development at Ubisoft and doesn't have a set release date due to the game's recent postponement, which is affecting the pipeline. However, sources tell me it was in development long before the postponement, and this wasn't an addition because of the delay, which means it'll probably land closer to release date than originally planned. While specific details on what the game mode actually entails are slim, presumably it'll see Naoe and Yasuke fighting side by side using their different combat abilities. This is not the only Assassin's Creed experience to hit players' hands within the next 18 months. It's understood that Assassin's Creed Invictus, a fully fledged multiplayer experience, will come in 2025. Other Assassin's Creed games in development include Black Flag Remake, codename Hexe, described as the darkest Assassin's Creed to date. So, yeah. My hope would be it lands closer to the release date than, obviously the delay was a bummer, but the benefit could be that it lands closer to the release date. Waiting on Invictus for sure. AC Shadows co-op on the Series S, or will that Mamba raise its head once again? I doubt it's going to be split-screen co-op, Game Logic. It's probably going to be online co-op only. I don't think... It's a pretty graphically intense game. I don't think even the Pro... I don't think you'd want to play split-screen co-op of a game like this. That's just too much going on. I can't see it maintaining 60. I can't. Split Fiction is a beautiful game. It's Unreal 5, but it's not nearly as... intense with respect to draw distance, foliage, number of NPCs on the screen, NPCs that you're fighting, attack animations, the flash on the characters when you do a perfect dodge or block or any of that. Split screen would be a dadgum nightmare for, I think, even the Pro. So I would imagine it's going to be online co-op only. Returnal's not split screen co-op. It's only online. Wait. That's right? There's no split screen for Returnal. I'm speaking correctly. You can only do that online, I'm pretty sure. I think that would be way too much for Returnal. All the bullets on screen, the bullet hell. Last time Assassin's Creed in multiplayer was in Unity and hardly anyone played it, which sucked at the online. It had great missions. I remember playing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and dying that I couldn't play with my homie. I was like, I wish we could play this game together. It would be so fun to be on rooftops planning out assassinations together. Eternal split screen would melt the PS5. Yeah, it'd be too much. I was thinking the same thing. It'll only be online co-op, but you can share play or even console share. Yeah, stop talking about Returnal. Stay on topic. Split screen couch co-op. The Ascent is pretty solid. Tough game, but still holds up if anyone cares. Yeah, I tried playing that with Madam, and she does not like twin stick shooters. The minute she has to move, and also control shooting, it's over. A $5 super chat from Andy Ackerman. I don't go fishing often, but I consider myself a master. Yep, that's great. I'm not saying that. Thank you. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Currently, I owe you guys 15 members, and you make the super chat confetti. I always owe you a single member, and when this hits 350, I'll owe you 20 members. So thank you guys so much for continuing to support the channel, so much. It would also melt your eyes. Co-op bullet hell. Oh, it'd be wild, bro. It would be wild. It'd be a lot. Thank you also to everybody who's hit the like button. We're heading towards 400 likes. So if you haven't gone through the ritual of smashing the like button, do that for me. I greatly appreciate everybody who has already done that. It's a great thing to do as soon as you get here. And Game Logic does a 5-bomb and gets us to 331. He might tempt somebody to do it. We've had some big gifting today. We're now a 20-bomb away from 350. That'd be an Agent of Chaos 20-bomb. And then I'll tag team the 20-bomb. Somebody do it with me right now. I'll do it right on top of yours. Brooklyn says, did you see what Digital Foundry said about the Assassin's Creed Shadows on the Pro? It's the best version on console so far. They said it's like, what'd they title it? One of the best upgrades or something like that? We looked at the title. It says, one of the best upgrades for the system, and the thumbnail says, a dramatic improvement. Yeah. Andy Ackerman got a membership. Congrats, Andy. Best visual upgrades, yeah. With all those super chats, Andy, $6 can get you in the green room, and it can get you into all the extra members content, man. You're doing so many super chats. You're blessing me. You know what I'm saying? Bless yourself. You're blessing me with all those super chats. You're very kind. Had to, yeah. There's certain jokes and things I don't want to. I mean, I keep it safe for work, so I try not to. You know, even jokes like that, I try not to say out loud. It's funny. It's funny. Can't wait. Midnight can't get here fast enough. Yeah, we'll be playing tomorrow afternoon. We will. If you guys are looking for Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay from somebody who's really looking forward to it, and I'm also very critical. If a game doesn't deliver, you can watch me play tomorrow. Yeah, I was watching the John Wick Ballerina trailer with the sound off. It's going to be interesting to see how people handle that one. Everyone's going to be so confused. Like, wait, she's really hot, but she's beating guys up. Schrodinger's woke. It's both. It's both. He said is the only artist to ever improve on Walter Simonson's Thor. I don't know what in the world you're talking about. Lono's a bit of a Flanders. He's even got the beard. That's right. You get more money from the supers. I limit my memberships because as an owner-operator, my income's sporadic. No, that makes sense. I actually don't get more from the supers. It's the exact same, Andy. If you super chat me $25... or you spend $25 to gift members, I get the exact same amount. Oh, maybe you're saying I get more because instead of doing $6 a month, you can come in and do a bunch of super chats. And maybe that's what you mean. I get the same cut either way, though. I get more from you. Okay, that's what you meant. Okay, I just wanted you to know. I want people to know, like, if you're super chatting instead of gifting or doing a membership, it's the same cut either way. It's a 70-30 split with YouTube. I've never tried to hide that from anybody. Like, you need to know that's the way it breaks down. Have you ever played Super Stardust HD or Delta? Still my favorite Housemarque game. I played a little bit of what's it called? Nex? Is it Nex Machina? Their top-down one. I played a little bit of that with Madam. Good day. What's good, Petrov? But remember, when Flanders came out, the shirt, it was problems. People need to prepare for Keanu having a minimal role in the film. I believe they're using him for the marketing. Oh, for sure. Norman Reedus is in it, too. Just a comment platforming off someone's complaint of the shirt. Oh, they're complaining about my Thor shirt? Next Machina? No, I thought it was... Oh, is it Next? No T? I thought it was with a V. Oh, no, you're right. It's Nex. There's no T. It's just N-E-X, not Vex Machina. Nex Machina. If you like twin stick style shooters that are like fast paced and bullet hell, it has an 89% on Steam, and I believe it's got an even better score on the PlayStation Store. On the PlayStation Store, Nex Machina from Housemarque has a 4.66. That's a 92%. That's a really good score. So yeah, people really like that game. $5 super chat from Silent Spartan. How are you liking Death Stranding? And he makes it rain confetto. Brother, I am hooked. I am 25 hours in. I am going to shift more into doing the main the main, what are they called? Orders for Sam, and less side questing now. I got really bogged down in side questing and building roads, dude. I've hit like 25 hours. Yeah, there's an official poster for the Punisher. What? Are you for real, or is it fan made? Have they officially released a poster for it? First poster for John Bernthal as the Punisher in Daredevil. It's a poster for Daredevil. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a poster for his show just yet. Yeah. At least I'm not seeing one. I'm seeing one. It's for him being in the show. The Devil's work is never done, it says. Yeah. Anyways, we can't get off. We can't get off on those topics. It really, really hurts us. I'm sorry. They literally have AI listening and can summarize chat, and we start talking about shows and movies. It really breaks. It'll hurt us on the platform. Yeah, I think the problem with these emotes that you guys are trying to make with the chair, I just don't think they're going to look right. I really don't think they're going to look right. The cursed AI clay version. Yeah, the chair is going to be different soon anyways, so let's just, I appreciate the effort. I do appreciate the effort, but we're going to have a new chair soon anyways, so. And it'll look similar, but I don't think it won't be the same color. Lono's about to hit that 25-hour wall in Death Stranding, and he's nowhere near finished. There's a 25-hour wall? He can say we can get off, but not mess. Shut up, Andy. Shut up. The hideout is 30 FPS on the Pro. What was you be thinking? Well, it sounds like when you go into the hideout, Paul. So if you guys are not aware, Assassin's Creed Shadows, when you go into the hideout, it's 30 FPS, right? I think the reason for that is I think it turns on all of the ray tracing, and so it drops it to 30. Maybe they'll give you the option to turn that off later. I don't know. I don't know. So the fatalities and combos. If you guys haven't seen, there's a lot of Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay floating around. I saw some clips last night. Brother, it's like the one I literally said, I captioned it, finish him, like from Mortal Kombat. Like this is the clip. He's like, kaping, and he's like, boom, stab. That arm's gone, and so is your head. Like, good golly. It looks great. I love the straw hat on Yasuke as well. Yasuke looking friggin' sick, bro. He's looking dope. Hollow Knight Silksong was mentioned briefly by Xbox, which means we are obligated to talk endlessly about whether we'll actually see it this year. So what did they say? What do they say? Hollow Knight Silksong has appeared on the internet via Xbox Wire blog post in which the game is mentioned among others games coming in the future as part of ID at Xbox. So the quote is, no matter where people choose to play, we're working with developers to make the most of features unique to the device or screen. Looking ahead for our lineup is incredible with games like Expedition 33, Descenders Next, Firebreak, and of course, Hollow Knight Silksong 2. Yeah, I don't know if that, I think that game's next year personally. My thought about that game is it finally shows up at the Game Awards this year with a 2026 release window. That would be my prediction about Silksong. If it shows up this summer, maybe they do a surprise fourth quarter release, but I don't expect that game this year. Xbox would have leveraged it already. I think they're in some kind of a marketing deal. Because it was a part of the showcase in 2022, and they said that the game, everything shown in the showcase was coming in the next 12 months. Yeah, that didn't work out. It's been 3 years. You said when you get around the 25-hour mark of your game, you're looking to close up. Oh, here's what's interesting. Oh, I understand what you're referencing, Corey. You know what's interesting? When I saw 25 hours, I couldn't believe it. It doesn't feel like I've played that long. It doesn't. When I got to 25 hours in Ronin, I was like, okay, it's time for us to be finishing here. I got to 25 hours in Death Stranding, and I'm like, I'm kind of just getting started, boys. 25 hours. The guy used the same weapon to knock the dude on the ground. He he fell on his stomach. He looked up, switched to his long barrel bamboo shotgun, and blew his whole face up off the ground. It was gruesome. Yeah, it's a violent game. I remember so many games in the PlayStation 3 360 era that had sweet dismemberment, and games these days don't seem to include it as much. Do you remember one of the first games that had that was Soldier of Fortune? Couldn't you like shoot individual limbs and they'd go flying off? All about that amazing pacing. It is interesting that a game's pacing as well as its content loop can have a dramatic effect on your ability to just keep playing. Like, I don't feel like I have put 25 hours into Death Stranding. It doesn't feel like 25 hours. Now, last night, I got a little bit miffed. The road building was working really well for me, and then I've hit a little bit of a wall. But I think all that's doing is communicating to me it's time to circle back and start doing main orders again and stop building roads because I've hit a little bit of a wall. You may finish Death Stranding then. I got to 25 hours and I was like, wow, that was a good opening. Yeah, it totally feels different. Like when I got to 30 hours in Ronin, I was like, man, it was a lot of sunk cost fallacy. It was like, I got to keep going. I put too much time in. I've put too much time in. I've got to keep going. I need to roll credits. I wanted to know what happened with some of the story elements as well and some of the characters. I did find the story and the character building and the character arcs in Rise of the Ronin to be quite good. There was at least one character death that I thought was very powerful because they had done good work. It's all about the content loop and the pacing. Right. That was one of the reasons, like, when I heard First Berserker Kazan is going to be a lengthy game, like 40 hours or something, I was like, I don't know. That just seems really high for a game that centers itself on linear level design and combat. Are people still building roads online, or do you have to do it all by yourself? I think there are people still building roads because I'm having things show up in my game. I am. Strong day for the channel, guys. Really great turnout. Make sure you're smashing the like button. You can submit questions as a member. Let's get to 400 likes. You know what I'm saying? You guys are crushing it. You guys are crushing the like ratio today to viewers. It's just been incredible. Ronin was great. I beat the game, but I go through so many games to repeat the story modes just to know what it was a must play. Ronin's a good game, let down by the visuals and minor performance issues. I think sometimes that plays a role too, Corey. Like, I thought the story was great in Tsushima, but being in that world felt so good that I wanted to keep playing, and Ronin, being in the world, felt a little clunky and a little like a little blurry at times. Lona, what are your thoughts on Atomfall? I think Atomfall looks like it's going to be a sleeper hit. I don't know if it's going to like climb Game of the Year charts, but I think fans of Fallout are going to love that game. It seems to be really, it's really capturing the hearts of the public. I think people that like those kind of games are really getting behind it. I think it looks very promising. It's probably not the type of game that I would get down with anymore. Back in the day, I put like 100 hours into Fallout, but I don't know if I would do that. Who knows? Who knows? I started with Death Stranding, and now I'm hooked, so maybe I'm wrong. 14 chapters for Death Stranding, 3 months until the second one. Whew, gotta move. I've got to move. Rise of the Ronin, I did 150 hours. It was enjoyable. I couldn't have done that. There's no way I could have done that. That's all I was doing all weekend, building roads, and I rolled credits yesterday. Gonna keep building stuff. My goal is to help build all the remaining roads. Those horse legs in Ronin, it was kind of rough. Yeah. I think that's going to help Assassin's Creed Shadows. I really, really do. Like, I think I'll have an easier time going the distance with Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay because the performance looks really good. I'm telling you, if performance struggles, it makes it hard to stay in a game. It does. No, I don't think anybody said it was hard. They have a really hard mode you can play. What's it called? If you want to turn up the difficulty, you can. I forget what they called it. Intense mode or enhanced. I forget what they called it. There's like a really, really high difficulty mode that you can turn on if you want. I forget what it's called. And when you turn that mode on, apparently, like, they're checking expert. Thank you. When you put it on expert difficulty, they're like checking the roofs and stuff. You can't just like chill on a roof and wait for your moment. They'll look up at the roofs. It's more realistic. Because if you were in some of these little village settings and you were looking for somebody, you wouldn't be like, all right, I'm going to keep my eyes level here. You would check high and low. I just watched the Digital Foundry Pro breakdown of Assassin's Creed Shadows. They said it's a generational difference between base PS5 and the Pro. What are you going to do? But it's a scam. The Pro's a scam, everybody. I liked Ronin. It has a number of pathways that can change how missions play out. I think that the visuals and minor hiccups were my only real criticism. What did you think of the... There's also some spikes in difficulty that can catch you off guard. I didn't like some of the late game bosses flying around like Iron Man. I thought that was kind of lame. I liked the grounded combat because you learn stance changing, parries, parry timing, when to use all your stuff. And that felt really diminished. That felt really diminished by the Iron Man-like bosses. I didn't like that. Ronin parry systems next gen. The parry system in Rise of the Ronin's awesome. And a renewal from Skeeter. I picked up my 3DS for the first time in years. Ever since I never finished Bravely Default, made me realize I miss dedicated handhelds like the PSP and the 3DS. Let me add you to the total here. We're at 332. I've been kind of waiting to hit 350, and I'll drop a 20 bomb of members on chat. I got the Pro because my release day PS5 died on me about a month ago. I've enjoyed the improvements overall. How would you like the Black Myth Wukong? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Black Myth Wukong. It was great as far as gameplay, but was dangerously hard. The performance I thought was terrible on console. It's what Tsushima got right. You're taught the stances early and are used throughout the game right to the end. I remember one thing that I did not like about Tsushima that I ended up really liking. There's not traditional targeting in Tsushima, and it actually works in the game's favor. It does. It works in the game's favor because you end up really learning how to like fluidly move from person to person to person. And that's really, really important in that game feeling like you're in sort of like a flow state. Because you have to go from like a guy with a spear to a guy with a sword and a shield to a guy with a sword to, you know what I'm saying? To all of a sudden you're fighting a brute and you got to change your stances. And I think that's what something that benefits that is the fact that you're not locking on to each person. You're sort of flowing from one to the next. I'm a Neo player, so I have expected those types of bosses sooner, but that is the kinds of difficulty spikes I'm talking about. Nothing you can't overcome, but a change from enjoyable, story-grueling Souls-like boss. Yeah, I liked the challenges in Ronin. I did. When a boss would spike on me, I would just sort of spam them with character changes. You could spam the stink out of people. You could spam the stink out of people. Let's see here. Assassin's Creed Shadows on the PS5 Pro delivers one of the most substantial upgrades we've seen on Sony Enhanced Console. Is the exact quote generational difference? What, can somebody get me the exact quote from the video? I'd like to give them some coverage there on Twitter about it and direct people to their stuff. I was late to discussion, but are you grabbing Shadows? I will be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay tomorrow on stream here. Yes, I will be playing on the PS5 Pro. Also, if you're looking for good footage of the game on the Pro, I stream at a higher bit rate. I also stream on AV1. So if you go check out my Death Stranding gameplay in 2025 or my Returnal gameplay in 2025, you will notice a significant uptick in quality compared to most people who stream. There's not a lot of people streaming at the level of quality that we output here. Either they're unaware or they don't know. I mean, you watch like a Ubisoft Forward, their bit rate and compression is usually awful. So if you're looking for good gameplay footage, you're going to get a nice showcase tomorrow here on my channel. The global illumination looks amazing on the Pro. A must-have for playing this. I just want their exact quote, because I'd like to give them, some props. Thanks, Lono, and thanks to the gifters. As soon as I reach my PC, I'm going to upgrade to Plus. Thank you, Gabriel, for 15 months of memberships and for planning to upgrade to Member Plus. If you guys want to upgrade, it's a huge, huge help to me and what I do to have more people not in gifted, but on their own. We're trying to move that ratio, and it's been slow going, but you guys have been helping. We're at 610 people at Member Plus and above. Bethesda Game Studios has been accused of treating Canadian workers as second-class citizens? Really? What capture card do you have? I've got an Aver Media. I forget the name or the model. The title of the DF video is A Generational Leap. Okay. Let's see. Digital Foundry describes Assassin's Creed Shadows as a generational, hang on, I cannot type to save my life, generational leap on the PS5. Oh, come on, Lono. PS5 Pro. There we go. Digital Foundry describes Assassin's Creed Shadows as a generational leap on the PS5 Pro. Post. I don't really agree with the video. It's doing what every other Pro game is doing. It's playing the 30 FPS base mode at 60. I think that's a generational leap, isn't it? I mean, don't you think that doubling the frames of a fidelity mode is a generational leap? Like, if you build a PC, Paul, and you were playing all of your games with stuff really cranked at 30, and somebody upgraded your PC so that it could do all that at 60, wouldn't you describe that as a generational leap for your PC? The amount of money you'd have to spend, the amount of hardware you'd have to upgrade to go from, I'm playing this game with this amount of ray tracing at this resolution, and I'm maintaining a flat 30, and I'm now building a system that can double the frame rate, and I get to keep all that pretty stuff. I feel like that's a generational leap. Oh, you want to know if it could fully capture my Pro? Yes, it can capture both the resolution and the frame rate, Sony. It can. It's a massive leap, sure, but it's like nearly all of the other Pro games. Wouldn't we say maybe they haven't said it enough then? Those are generational jumps in my mind. A $2 super chat from J Hart. I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West now and then Death Stranding 1, so I'll have to wait. I mean, isn't that a great problem to have, Jay? Remember people saying that gaming was dying, gaming was cooked, gaming sucked, gaming was in a bad spot? We're having to be tactical about the games we buy and play because there's so many. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Death Stranding 2 is coming. Doom the Dark Ages is coming. Mafia the Old Country is coming. Grand Theft Auto is coming. South of Midnight is coming. Outer Worlds 2 is coming. Ghost of Yotei is coming. GTA 6, if it doesn't get delayed, it is coming. What are you going to do? You don't even know. You don't even know. You're going to be buffet-style sampling games like, I don't know which freaking game to play. Yeah, Xenoblade X Remastered has got an incredible score. Expedition 33 is coming. Timmy! Yeah, Timmy's coming. All Pro version of games are not the same. Some are worse than others, and Shadow seems to be standing near the top. I would not doubt that going forward, that's the trend, because guess what? We're getting further and further distance from those first iteration passes, those first iteration updates. So of course it's going to get better with time. That's something I kept telling people. I was like, you had like 70-something games get updated. 3 or 4 had bad implementations of PSSR, and everyone's like, yeah, PSSR sucks and it's a flop, and the PS5 Pro sucks and it's a scam. And I'm like, just give it time. It will get better. And it didn't take even like 2 months. And look what's happening. What do we got here? Oliver's comments. Ollie from Digital Foundry says, ray tracing global illumination massively improves AC Shadows visual presentation, and the PS5 Pro is the only console with the technique in all modes. It's a stark visual win for Sony's enhanced mode. I look at the difference there. It's so, I don't think we can, you don't want to overstate, but look, you got to understand something. When you're playing a game like this and you have like this flat color look, and then here you have shadows, you have actual like depth within the color spectrum of the game, that is so helpful to the immersion in a world like this. It makes it feel so good. That looks generational, exactly, to me. It looks completely different. It's an entire lighting system that's been turned on. Yeah, and that's being compressed on Twitter. Yeah, I think Expedition 33 could land itself on the Game of the Year nomination list. I think it's going to be like a surprise sleeper hit. Same with Hell Is Us. Did you say Shadows? Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that's good. That is good. Hang on one second. Oh, is it only on certain channels? Oh, that AI thing is only turned on my channel, I guess? So many games. I watched Blitz play Expedition 33 demo. It's gorgeous. It's a contender for sure. They have updated PSSR. I don't know if they've officially spoken to any PSSR updates that they have pushed out. All I know is it's one more narrative that's just been chopped to the ground. If gaming is cooked and sucks, why are we now? Look at how great this year has already been. It's just been phenomenal. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, Split Fiction, and now AC Shadows. And I'm not even mentioning some of the other titles that have done very, very well already this year. Let's see here. Browse games, all platforms, time frame, 2025. Xenoblade Chronicles X is now up there in the top, the definitive edition. Ender Magnolia has an 85. Citizen Sleeper has an 87. 2 Point Museum has an 84. I'm just grabbing games that I'm seeing here. AC Shadows 81. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black has an 81. Dynasty Warriors Origins has an 81. Pirate Yakuza has an 81. PGA Tour has an 81. Avowed has an 81. Tales of Iron has an 80. Tales of Iron 2 has an 80. Like, that whole dialogue is dead. And then the dialogue that, like, the pro is a the pro is a scam and you're only getting a couple extra frames. It's just in tatters. It's just in tatters on the ground. I love seeing false narratives die. I do. It's like one of my favorite things. You know? Dishonesty always dissolves, you know, under the light of time and truth. It always does. Always. Perfect Image submits a question. Do you think Mafia the Old Country is going to get delayed since Take-Two is bringing GTA 6 later this year? I don't see why it would get delayed. When Mafia the Old Country finally shows its face with a lengthy trailer, they said summer of 2025. I don't think you ramp up your marketing to reveal release window and then delay after. That would be very, very strange. C. Lou with 23 months and a member plus moves the member count to 333. Thank you so much, sir. I tried putting in Black Flag. It does need an upgrade technically. Black Flag remake's coming sometime this year, I think. Excuse me. The Black Flag remake is seemingly coming. Somebody replied to the tweet about Digital Foundry. He says, is it me or does it look like a filter is turned on for the regular PS5? It probably looks like there's a filter turned on because it, again, when you have that, yeah, it does. It actually does. It's because your colors are flattened out. So watch this video. Like, this is what he means. Like right here, there's almost like a color hue filter that seems to be turned on. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. The Pro, this looks like a photograph over here with authentic color spectrum. And this over here looks like it's got some flatted out color spectrum. The lighting affects the color significantly. So like, really, really look, it's hard because the logo's here. You see how the orange really kind of pops up here in the corner? Look at the orange here. It just kind of fades and muddles in with the rest of the browns and the oranges. It's the lighting 100% affects the realism. It's to the degree that he's right. It looks like there's a filter on the left. It looks so good. Same thing here. The same thing is happening here. Your color gets flattened out and there's like a general brownish, orangish sort of tint to everything. Looks better in the graphics mode. This is just performance mode. Good golly, look at that. The compression makes it look muddy. I'm looking at the lighting. I'm not looking at like the fidelity. The clarity here is bad. It's a Twitter video. It's a Twitter video. Goodness gracious. This doesn't show as much, but it's showing you the flattened out color on the left. Almost has like an orange look to it. And the one on the right has more depth of color. Same thing's happening here. It's more of a flat greenish, flat grayish feel. Over here, you've got darker greens, browns, grays. It's just, and then look at see the wood on the ground? On the left, the wood on the ground almost blends in. It almost is the same color. Over here, you're just getting better contrast on individual items. Yeah, that's yeah. It really does. An almost orange brownish filter. What the heck is going on? It like leaves the video playing now on Twitter when you leave the tweet. The frick? It's literally just a lighting difference, Derek. That's all it is. This is global illumination. This is global illumination at play here. Let me get another good, I'll just get a good freeze frame. The difference here is the lighting. The one on the right has ray tracing GI turned on, ray tracing global illumination. The one on the left does not. I mean, and they're describing this, I think, rather accurately as this is a generational difference. Like, it looks like, literally, this looks like jumping from one console gen to the next. It's like a different game. Well, not a different game, but like it's literally like it's like I'm installing a different version of the dadgum game. This is like installing PS4 versus PS5 version is what it looks like to me. The hair. This is a really, really compressed Twitter video. Okay, let's pull up Digital Foundry's actual video. All right, let's do it. I'm not going to let you watch the whole thing through me. I respect their work too much to do that. I'm not going to let you watch the whole thing through me. But I am going to get to these. we can run this at a higher resolution on their channel. All right, they have here. Let's go to this exact same spot that we just were. There you go. So this is a 4K video. You're watching me 1440, so you're still losing a little bit. But this is much clearer because we're not looking at a freaking Twitter video anymore. I don't know how you could look at that and be like, I don't see a difference. Like, that looks ridiculously different to me. That to me is a generational jump. It is. the individual use of lighting and shadows and the contrast and the way the color alone is just worth it. The sky looks more blue. Over here it looks almost like it's like gray. I mean, the way that the greens and this tree and this lamp. Look at the lamp. Like, see how this lamp is just kind of like here, just kind of flat. And then look at here. It's got half shadow, half sunlight on it. Why not compare the X to the X doing it this way? It puts Sony in a bad light. The PS5 base version is the second best looking AC shadows on console. Granddaddy Perp, I get where you're coming from. I do. I think that Digital Foundry likes to do it this way because it really gives the Pro its flowers. It really does. Who is debating between buying a Series X and a Pro? There's more people debating between PS5 and the Pro. Like, it makes the PS5 look bad. Why are you showing a Series S versus PC? Oh, wait, stop it. I get what you're saying, but I don't feel like Digital Foundry can win here. I don't feel like they can win. I feel like if they would have included the Pro in the basic breakdown, it wouldn't have gotten as much treatment. Now it's got its own 10-minute video. It's got its own standalone video to show off how good it is. I get what you're saying, but I don't feel like it's putting the PS5 in a bad light. I feel like it's showing, if you're going to be on PS5 and you're considering upgrading, this is what you'd be upgrading to. Why not go Pro versus the Series X? They do them in order. Like, I get what y'all are saying, but they do them in order. They did their full breakdown yesterday. Let's see if we have a side-by-side. I'm trying to find a side-by-side of all of them. I don't know if they ever even do that in the video. Do they ever have all of them up side-by-side? They just keep showing Xbox all side-by-side. Where's the side-by-side with Xbox versus PS5? What the frick is this? Is there a timestamp where they actually do that? I'm scrolling through and I don't see a single section. Man, Digital Foundry, I'm out here trying to defend y'all, and you're not doing any side-by-sides. Why are you not doing that? Come on, boys. Yeah, I think there's a vacancy here. I think that's a fair criticism. I do. I think there's a vacancy in the coverage. There is never a side-by-side. Like this right here, they never do this in the full breakdown of Series S, X, and the PS5. They never do this side-by-side. That I actually agree. I think that's a vacancy in the coverage. Unless somebody can find it. I just scrolled through the entire dadgum video. It's a 20-minute video, and when they do this, they only do the Xbox. There's not a single side-by-side in this video of PlayStation. It's always Series S, Series X, Series X. There's never any PlayStation included in these side-by-sides. I get giving the PS5 Pro its own video. I don't get never ever doing this and including PlayStation. There's no need? What do you mean there's no need? That's the consumer wants to know what all the systems look like against each other. They only ever do it for the Xbox. That doesn't make any sense. I'm 11 minutes into the video. I've not seen a single side-by-side of all of the systems. Why would you not do that? I feel like that's commonplace in these videos. Did they not do that in the Monhun video as well? Is that like something that they commonly don't do? I'm going to go to the Monhun video. So Monhun has the PS5s all against each other, and then PS5s all against each other, all the Xboxes against each other. Yeah, even in, yep, even in the Monhunt video, they never compare. Now they do this though. They do this. So they do show you the Xbox, and so you can kind of go from one to the next, right? You can go from one to the next. So this, boom. So they at least give you like a transition there to compare, but they never put them up on the screen at the same time. I don't know if that's common practice with them. Let me go to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Maybe I'm mistaken. I could be in error here, and I'll correct my error. I thought they commonly put all of them up on the screen at the same time so that you could see, like, yeah, they did it right here. Like, I think this is helpful. I don't feel like I'm being nitpicky. Like, I feel like this is helpful. We have Series S, Series X, PS5. This is the fidelity mode. I feel like this is a helpful comparison to give. Yeah, they did it here. They did it further in the video. They're doing it here with frame rate. They've got 3 up here. They've got Series X, PS5. This is because the Series S doesn't have a 60 mode to compare. That's why it's not up there. Yeah, I don't understand why they have recently stopped. They're maybe avoiding being used as ammo. I wonder if internally, if I believe the best about these gentlemen, which I tend to believe that they don't have some kind of a weird agenda. I think people tend to turn everything into a negative. I'm saying there's a vacancy in the coverage, right? I think that's a vacancy in the coverage. But they could have internally said, we're sick of our videos being weaponized on Twitter. We're not going to do those side-by-sides anymore because they get screenshotted, thrown around, and so maybe that's why they're not doing it. That video discusses that the PS5 and the Xbox is virtually identical. If you watch, the guy says the Xbox and the PS5 version is identical. The base consoles are identical in visuals. So they say that in the Assassin's Creed video? Is that what video you're referring to, Omar? Pretty sure they used to, but I think it was leading to a fair bit of console warring. So why wouldn't you just show that, though? Show it and say they're virtually identical. Saying it, I mean, I want the visual. Yo, what's good, Jez? Xbox version is better, of course. Of course it's better. Of course it's better, Jez. I'll pretend... what we could do is I'll pretend Xbox published it, and now my PlayStation is an Xbox, so it's better on the Xbox. That's the cheat code. That's the cheat code. Is they turned everything into an Xbox, so it's Xbox is always better. So look, guys, my PS5 Pro is an Xbox, so clearly Xbox better. Right? Come on. Xbox out here using the cheat code, man. Good to see you, Jez. Maybe the person reviewing it wasn't set up for the format. No, I would, I have never thought that Digital Foundry had any kind of an agenda. I think they probably got tired of their content being used in the console war. So they're like, stop throwing up the side-by-sides of Xbox and PlayStation. Separate the videos, right? Separate the videos and let people who are deciding, because listen, again, this is what I was going to say a little bit ago. Primarily, the people that want to know the difference between PS5 and Pro, there's more of them than people that are like, well, how does the Pro stack up against the Series S? I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it out loud. The only people who care about the Series S versus the Pro are ponies that want a console war. The average consumer doesn't give a frick about that. They're not going to the store and debating whether or not, should I buy a Series S or a PlayStation 5 Pro? If only Digital Foundry had made a video for me. I don't think that consumer exists. I think the average consumer wants the comparison to base PS5 because that's the decision they're actually making. I don't think there's this giant swath of players that are like, It's a real conundrum for me. Should I buy Series S or PS5 Pro? I really need that comparison. You only want that comparison because you want a console war on Twitter. I don't think the average consumer gives a rip. I think the average consumer wants to know, should I upgrade my base PS5? I think this is pretty compelling. This is a great commercial for the Pro to existing PS5 owners to go trade in and upgrade. You're getting a generational leap in lighting and coloring in one of the bigger games coming out this year. If someone owns an S and a Pro, they're buying new games on the Pro. Right, no one's confused about whether or not the S or the Pro is better. You know, I think that's why people are trying to call out Digital Foundry, is they're basically saying, you know, hey, you're robbing me of console war ammunition. Yeah, like that's why I think people are upset. I don't think they're upset because they're like in a quandary. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I love some of you ponies on Twitter and we have some good laughs and we interact, but I think some of y'all are just grumpy that you're not getting console war fodder. That's why you're upset. You want your side by side to be like, you know, nasty work and have your PS5 Pro against the Series S. That's all you want. And listen, more power to you if that's what you want to do with your time. But don't make it some kind of underhanded accusation at Digital Foundry. I don't think they're doing anything to protect Xbox or to run damage control for Xbox. I think they're making videos that serve their aims, which is to compare performance. They don't give a frick about this stuff. They don't. I've watched a lot of their content. I've watched their demeanor and how they respond, and I never once have felt like they're out here trying to help Xbox. There are certainly people. Listen to me now. There are people that do everything they can to protect Xbox. Digital Foundry ain't on that list. I don't think so. I think they make really, really good and reliable content. I do. But Game Informer's coming back? We just talked about how I miss their reviews. I've always thought their reviews were good. March 25th. Yes. Yes. Just said yesterday how much I miss Game Informer reviews when doing a review roundup. I hope this is a strong comeback. I hope it's a strong comeback, man. I just said yesterday how much I miss their reviews. I always felt like their reviews were really reliable when I would do a review roundup. I always liked including Game Informer. Check my last comments regarding Digital Foundry. Corey says, Lono, explain why they consistently show the PS5 Pro versus a 4090 PC with the 78 3D CPU. They basically are poo-pooing price of the Pro, comparing a $700 console to an over $3,000 PC. I would have to watch the video in question and listen to what they say, because I don't know if that, again, is their intention. Are they more concerned with avoiding the console war nonsense, which is why they're not showing, you know, Pro versus Series S, but people considering Pro might actually consider a PC or building a PC. They do show them side by side. They only do it when they have something to point out, which is between the split between the two resolution setups and graphic settings are exact match. Right, so they do show both. Again, I think the side-by-side imagery is helpful, Paul. When you're going to say they're identical, show that they're identical. Don't just say, right? I'm not saying it's a huge problem. I think it's a vacancy in the coverage. But if they're trying to avoid the screenshots and the console warring, I think they have every right to do that with their coverage. You are not entitled to their video doing what you think it should do so you can grab your screenshot and run to Twitter. You catch what I'm saying? You're not entitled to that. People are angry and they're posturing as if that's owed to them. And I don't think Digital Foundry owes you that. They don't have to give you that ability to do that with their vids. It wouldn't surprise me if going forward they just keep doing this because it minimizes that happening. You know? We are going to compare your wives against a supermodel, but I won't compare my wife to a supermodel. Again, I would have to see the videos in question. If Corey feels like they do unfair comparisons of the Pro to PC, and in so doing, they create, like a negative slant against the Pro on price. Ecstasis says, what's happening with the Xbox Partner Preview? It's March, and since 2023, Xbox has always held their third-party event in the month of March and October. I have been able to confirm that this year it will not be like this, even though it was planned to take place at the end of 2024. Full details. Oh, it's in a video. I love you, Ecstasis. You're a handsome man, but I can't understand you. I have to use Twitter Translate. Sounds like the partner preview's not happening. I thought Ecstasis originally said that it was happening. I don't know if Jez is still here and he's heard anything, but I thought the rumor on the street was the leaks and the reliable folks that have intel said that there was a partner preview coming in March for Xbox. If anything, it'll give Clippers of Console War more work to make it side by side. Their coverage has been inconsistent from what I've seen as well, but there's a bunch of guys over there with different opinions on the Pro, so it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think people need to remember that when you go to an outfit like that, you are dealing with a swath of personalities, opinions, and biases. Like, you're not going to get this unwavering, super consistent anything. From what I have seen and what I've engaged with Digital Foundry, I feel like I get good pieces of content that help me see, like, this is helpful to me. This is helpful to me. I don't need more than this. I don't need to see the Pro beating up on the S. That doesn't do anything for me. This serves my choice as a consumer. Great, awesome. I upgraded to the Pro and I feel like I made a good decision by seeing this. This comparison serves me. I don't need to see it walloping the S. That doesn't do anything for me. They 100% have Stoked Plus. They tried to dismiss Thrash a while back, and he ended up more right. I don't know what you're referring to. When did Thrash end up being more right than them? I've seen a couple of his videos. They don't exist anymore because his channel got nuked. I saw a couple of his videos where he took issue with them glossing over things, and I don't know if I saw eye to eye with him on it. I thought some of it felt a little persnickety, but I guess maybe you expect something. You expect Digital Foundry to be persnickety, I guess. If you can't see the difference, you need to go get a checkup. The amount of screenshots on Twitter where the frames are higher on one console over another, just to see a screenshot of the same section where the opposite, I'm sure they're sick of it. Oh yeah, I remember that happening with Space Marine on the Pro. Guys, can we get 20 more likes on the video? We've had a great day. So many people tuning in throughout the day. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And be sure you go through the ritual of smashing the like button. It does help us out. It helps this video find more people. Paul says that's not why they show you high-end PC versus high-end console. If you show base PS5 and Series X are the same in one video, and then you compare base PS5 and Pro comparison in the next, then you know what the Pro looks like versus the Series X. Paul, why would you say, like, if people are taking issue if people are taking issue with the way that Digital Foundry compares PS5 to PC, PS5 Pro, I'm sorry, to PC, what would you say their aim is when they do that? Like, I'm not on either side of this issue. I haven't made a decision. I've not researched it enough to know. Do you think they do it because they're basically saying, if you want the absolute best over here, this is what you'd spend. If you want the absolute best over here, this is what you spend. Are they trying to show like top of wave for each? Is that what they're trying to do? The fact that they even compare the Pro to the PC is incredible, because it's the highest end customers who want the best tech. Corey says, if there was a PC that could do what the Pro does for $700, everyone would have that PC. The only way to compete with the PS5 Pro on price is to buy used, which negates the point. They're a literal console and PC guys, so what do you expect? Digital Foundry, it's the most transformative PS5 Pro difference we have seen to date. You look at the screenshots, it's pretty clear. I'm not showing you their whole video. I'm just letting you see this so that I'm trying to motivate you guys to go watch their video. Yeah, AC Shadows is playable at midnight, yes. I'll be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay tomorrow. I will. And I will be playing on the PS5 Pro, and we stream at a really, really good bit rate, and I also stream on AV1. People will grab on to the similar image quality between the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. Huh? I don't know. I don't know if you could grab any of those side by sides and say that it doesn't look really, really good. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. To me, I think a lot of people are going to concede this one. I think they're going to have to. I think a lot of these folks are just going to have to concede. I'm going to give you guys 15 minutes to extend. We've had a solid day, but I don't want to beat a dead horse here. I don't want to beat a dead horse. We've got videos to make and things to plan, and that's for paying members when we go to the green room. A great reason to upgrade so your day doesn't end with me. But if we hit 350, which is going to be super easy, I think you guys could probably do it. We only need, like 27 more? I'll go ahead and extend, and we'll keep going. Make sure you smash the like button as well. That helps us extend. It helps more people come in here and find us. And the Imperial demo has an 82%. That's good. A $5 super chat from Arkham Knight. You called what is going to happen to grifters are already doing what you said. They're going to... I'm starting to see the videos come out. What are they doing, Arkham, that I predicted? Corey says, you're missing the point. Digital Foundry has consistently called the Pro overpriced, yet they compare it to a $3,000 PC. According to Digital Foundry, $700 is too much for a console, but $3,000 is okay for a PC. That math doesn't math. I tend to agree with Corey that if they are making that argument, I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree. I don't know how you can argue that a $700 Pro outputting this level of difference. As I said this morning, right here, you're debating between a $450 purchase and a $700 purchase, okay? Can you spend an extra $250 and make your PC jump this much? Go build a PC for $1,000 and then spend an extra $250. Are you going to get this level of jump? Go buy a $1,500 PC and then increase your spend by $250. Are you ever going to get this jump in performance on a PC for $250? If you're not, then the price debate continues to be mind-numbingly stupid. Like the Pro at $250 higher than a base PS5 digital, it's only $250 more dollars. Like that jump is enormous for the price. You can't, in the realm of tech, invest an extra $250 in your PC build and get this level of a jump. You can't frickin' do it. Every time they speak on the Pro, they say how expensive every time. You can drop the base consoles to 40 FPS and get the same graphics, though. Right, but that's the point, Paul. Frame rate is an enormous part of this discussion. Like we said earlier, if you had a PC that looked like the image on the right and it was running at 30 FPS, how much money would it take you to make your PC double frame rate at this fidelity? How much money would it cost you to do that? How much? You got a PC that's running that level of fidelity, global illumination, but you got to cap everything at 30, and then you want to upgrade your rig to get to 60 frames. How much money would you have to spend? It ain't $250. There's no way. No one's upgrading their PC for $250 and doubling their frame rate or having that level of jump in performance. You're not able to do it. So why on earth do we act like the price of the Pro is somehow kind of an issue? It doesn't make sense. It's overpriced in the UK. So you've got to make a regional pricing criticism, not a criticism of the price of the Pro. Things regionally are all over the place. That's not a criticism of the Pro's price point. Isn't UK pricing of tech in general not in a great spot if you try to buy anything? Aren't you paying more than I would? It's all upscaled anyway. Who cares? Everyone's upscaling. What's the problem with upscaling? No one's established why there's a problem with upscaling, and anybody who does doesn't understand what they're talking about. People buy high-end rigs and use upscaling. Upscaling is not the devil that people make it. They only make it the devil when they talk about the Pro because they try to denigrate it and discredit it. But everybody's using upscaling on their high-end rigs, so it's one of the most empty criticisms you could make. I love AI and machine learning upscaling. Yeah, I don't upscale on my PC. 9 out of 10 people with really high-end rigs are not like anti-upscaling. It's with advanced and as good as it's getting. Are you kidding me? FSR4's praise and DLSS has come so far, and you think people are spending that kind of money on a rig and turning their nose up to upscaling because you do? Come on. Come on. Everybody's trying to make upscaling the devil because they try to make the Pro look less than, but it commonly is being used on high-end rigs. I get more frames. It looks virtually the same. Yeah, it's so indistinguishable. It's come so far. Yeah, we've been looking at the comparisons 512 design. If you're not upscaling on PC, then you're the minority. Yeah, come on, man. People are buying these cards for the upscaling advancements and turning it on because it helps. Like, there are not... Upscaling snobbery is utilized inconsistently against the Pro. It's not utilized by good thinking and reasonable individuals. It's used by people that want a console war. It's not a legitimate argument. These are the same people that say things like PSSR is upgrading to FSR4. That's not true. That's false. They just say things that aren't true. The only reason to buy a 50 series card is the upscaling. What's the primary reason that a lot of people were buying it that I saw? To be honest, the Pro versus high-end PC comes out making the Pro look better in those videos. Right, which is interesting why they would invoke price, Paul. I don't disagree with you. A logical thinking person, like a reasonable person, would watch that video and be like, you just made the Pro look really incredible for a fraction of the price. $3,000 versus $700? Am I missing something here? $2,300 extra dollars for what? I don't have to pay to use the internet. But neither do I if I don't want it. Just play single-player games on your PlayStation, and you don't have to pay to use the internet. Well, I can send emails and look at spreadsheet. Well, good for you. I hope that was worth $2,300 extra dollars. The Digital Foundry video is perfect for Lono to make another truth upload. Maybe. Maybe. We don't want to go to that well too often. I'm not quite sure what the perspective would be. There might be a video there. They might be a video there. It's big. That's a big jump. It's a big jump. Just watch a few of their PS5 Pro streams and come back and you tell us. I don't have an interest in doing like hit pieces on Digital Foundry. I like their content. I feel like I get good information from them. If you feel like they frame things in a way that is lopsided or unfair to the pro, you're free to make that. You're free to make that criticism. They don't invoke price in those exact videos, though. Whenever they mention the price, it's either from a completely different video or out of context. That's my point. Like, I'm not interested in doing some kind of a receipt pull on Digital Foundry. I feel like I get good info from them. I do not listen. I mean this. There are so many people in this space that are toxic and dishonest. And Digital Foundry is not on that list. I don't feel like they're dishonest. I don't feel like they're toxic. I feel like they give good info. If they frame things sometimes in a way that you don't like, or you feel like, oh man, it's kind of making it seem like the pro is not as good as it really is. I mean, maybe that's your own bias getting triggered. I don't know. When was the last time Digital Foundry mentioned price? I don't know. I'm only reacting to what people in chat are saying. I clipped a Ratchet & Clank video in Discord where they bring up PC. It's such a nothing burger. I like Digital Foundry. Sometimes I question if Alex is being... I don't think I've ever seen anything to make me think he's not honest. I just think everyone's got a bias and a lean. I think everybody has a bias and a lean. Like, I don't think I've ever watched a clip and been like, oh yeah, there he goes. He hates PlayStation. I don't know if I would say anybody on their panel hates PlayStation. He was one that said that the PS5 Pro was unneeded. He said that he felt like they hadn't tapped into the full power of the PS5. And then Pro, I think, has earned its stripes. I think it's really, really shown that... What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, I would love to ask him, does he still think that? Do you still think the Pro wasn't necessary? I get this level of a jump in visuals and lighting, and I get 60. Does he still think that? I think that's a fair question. That's not like a gotcha. That's not a receipt pull. That's a, has your position on this changed? I'm okay with letting people change their positions. I think that that's fine. Does he still think the same thing? Does he still think that, like, yeah, the Pro was unnecessary? I would be really, really interested in what he thinks now after seeing something like this. He recently had to admit he was wrong about the Pro. It was like last week. Yeah, I don't feel like any of those gentlemen have shied away from saying that they underestimated the PS5. At multiple times, I feel like they have said that they underestimated the PS5. Like, it's done so much better than they expected. I think sometimes people forget, I don't care if Digital Foundry makes a prediction. What I care about is when the tech comes out, when the truth comes out, do I get accuracy from them? And I feel like I do. I never once feel like I've gone to one of their videos and been like, oh, I'm getting a bunch of obfuscation and misleading information. I've never felt that way. I've always felt like there's a big, giant chasm of difference between Richard Ledbetter making a prediction about GTA not being 60, and then they do the breakdown when the game comes out. Those are different things. When they do a breakdown, when they measure frames, performance, pixel count, all of that, I feel like I always get rigid accuracy from them. I don't feel like I ever get anything slanted. I've read an awful lot of headlines, an awful lot of articles, an awful lot of tweets, and seen an awful lot of nonsense in this space, and I don't think I've ever seen that from them. There are literal buffoon clown takes on every street corner of the internet about PSSR, FSR4, the PS5 Pro, and on down the line. And I mean, I'm telling you, they're not in that category. They're not. if they're human and they have biases sometimes, or they frame things sometimes in a way that might make PC look better, for frick's sake, I don't care about that. That's so minimal on the Richter scale of like people who deal in FUD and people who obfuscate and mislead and astroturf. And it's like, these guys don't do that. They don't ever set off my spidey sense. I've watched a lot of their content. I've interacted with John Linneman privately, and I like Ollie. I liked when he interviewed Mark Cerny. None of my alarm bells go off when I watch their content, ever. You find their predictions to be off? Yeah. And listen, I have so much respect for people who will make a prediction and then say, we got this one wrong. I think that speaks to their character. They made a prediction and ended up being wrong. There were an awful lot of predictions made about Xbox, ABK, going third party. There were an awful lot of predictions. Yeah, I owned when I missed the mark on my prediction about Kill the Justice League. It was like, I got this one wrong. This is bad. This is not a good game. This is not a good live service game, and they clearly didn't know what they were doing. I had no problem admitting that. It was like, what do you think I'm going to sit here and try and defend this game? Like, I still think people were overly critical on like the story and the cutscenes and the voice acting. I still think there was quality work done there, but the overall package was bad. It just got worse the more you played. Oh. They have just said that there's more ray tracing features on PC, which there are. The way people summarize what these guys say is funny. It's always to paint their bias. Digital Foundry is just showing you how the games run on the hardware. I will stick to my original statement that I do think a third video would be nice. I think a third video would be nice where it's like, I want a side-by-side of S, X, PS5, and Pro. I think that would be nice. That's just a preference of mine. I don't think that creates, I've said this before, preferences don't create imperatives. My preference to like wanting to see that doesn't create an imperative that... an imperative is an ought not or an ought. You ought to do this, you ought not to do this. That's an imperative, okay? I don't have the ability to do that just because I have a preference. I'm not saying they ought to do this. No. There's nothing unethical or immoral about how they're structuring their content. It's fine. It's factual. It's accurate. That's all I need. I would love to see a third video, every console compared side by side, but my preference doesn't create an imperative. They will do a third video. What will the third video be about, though? I mean a third video to compare every single platform, like across the board. Now, you can't include PC, because PC's like, there's how many permutations of hardware that exist there. I want a console comparison video. I would love that, but I don't. Oh, there'll be a PC Pro video. Okay, yeah. Well, it's 1 o'clock, boys. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll give you. We're maintaining a good turnout. We'll just keep going. I thought we were fading, and we're not. We're holding. Once we start to drop like a rock, it's just best to go to green room. I'll give you guys. We'll go another 30 minutes. If you want to extend, we can still extend. We're trying to get to 350. I owe you guys 15 members. I'm trying to get us to 350, and I'll just drop the 20 bomb and do it all at once. Why a PC versus Pro video, though? Because, okay. So one of the reasons I think they're separating the video, and I think this is totally legitimate and a very smart strategy. These guys know what they're doing. They're very good at YouTube. They're very good at it. You are playing to the search volume sometimes. They know that's a thing people are searching for, right? It's supply and demand. Digital Foundry knows folks are going to come to their channel and they want to know, PC versus Pro, how's it look? They know people want to see that. They know, like, look how they titled this video, okay? Assassin's Creed Shadows, PS5 Pro versus PS5. They know this is a search term, boys. It's a search term. These are not hobbyists. They are professionals. They do this for a living. They're providing a product that's in demand. And there are people that are going to want to see Pro versus PC. They're going to want to see it. Why? There's a section of the gaming market that's interested in this stuff. They're interested in the tech angle of just what can I get out of the Pro? What would I need from a PC, to match? People are going to want to know. A Pro PC video would be great to communicate the value of both platforms. Yeah. I think it's great. I think there are people that have tried to argue that Digital Foundry is bad for gaming, and I think no, toxic gamers are bad for gaming. Toxic gamers are bad for gaming. The issue isn't that I coined this phrase a while ago. The misuse of something does not invalidate it. It doesn't. The misuse of something does not invalidate it. Think of all the things that you can misuse. You can misuse a car and drive through a crowd. That doesn't invalidate cars and make cars bad. Right? Gambit with the 5 bomb gets us to 338. You can misuse pharmaceuticals. They can be life-giving to people and life-saving, and you can misuse it. It doesn't invalidate it. So people can take Digital Foundry's tech breakdown of games and the data and the info, and they can misuse it and be toxic with it. That doesn't invalidate Digital Foundry's work. It doesn't. I don't think Digital Foundry is a part of IGN. Eurogamer is owned by IGN, but I think Digital Foundry operates independent of IGN. I just watched the intro. As someone who has never played an AC game and like them, would this be worth the try? I can't tell you. I'm going to play tomorrow and I could give you better input. I think AC Origins is a great one to start with. People are going to disagree with me and they're going to tell you to go play AC1 or Brotherhood or something like that. I don't disagree. I think if you're going to want to get a more classic AC feel game, wait for Black Flag Remake. Yeah, I'll stream it. If you're kind of wanting to go back to the golden era of AC games before they made the switch in Origins, I would wait for the Black Flag Remake. I think you're going to get what's considered one of the best Assassin's Creed games from the era before Origins. But I wouldn't go back and do AC1 or Brotherhood, any of them. I don't know if they're going to age as well. They're older games. But yeah, I will be streaming Shadows here tomorrow, yes. I try to do that for you guys when games hit. I try to stream them on their launch dates. So, we need 12 more members, and I'm dropping a 20 bomb. If you guys double check that you don't have a renewal to celebrate, hit the $sign. If you're at VIP or Plus, those count. If you upgrade, that also counts. You guys should also double check on the iPhone and the Android. If you go to my page and you go to the Members tab, there's a new upgrade button. They've made it easier to upgrade. You're always better off upgrading on PC, though. Also, I see you got 25 hours in Death Stranding. Crazy how time flies when you're playing that. It didn't even feel like 25 hours. You had the same experience? It did not even feel like 25 hours. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, 25 hours? There's no point in playing those to place your expectations. Yeah, especially because everything changed with Origins. Deserto is saying it's the best Assassin's Creed since Black Flag. Yeah, Black Flag Remake will be a great way for people that maybe missed out on Assassin's Creed to go back and experience what many feel is the peak of that era. So this guy says it feels Like it wasn't a generational leap for the PS5 Pro, but a generational step back for the base PS5. This is misrepresentation. You can still get the ray tracing global illumination on the PS5 base just at 30 FPS. Yeah, that's a gross misrepresentation. You can still get the ray tracing global illumination on the base PS5. Like, it's just at 30 FPS. Like, you're not stepping backwards. What you're achieving on the base PS5 in AC Shadows is exactly what every other game has achieved this gen. It's not like AC Shadows is stepped backwards in time on the base PS5. It's achieving what every other game this gen has achieved. Yeah, it's at an 81 on Metacritic, yeah. It's at an 81 on Metacritic and OpenCritic. It might actually be an 82 on Metacritic, but the problem is you can't see. So, like, I don't know how it's weighted, because this 87 I think would pull it up. 18 critics being at an 87, if we were able to add these all together, this would pull it down a little bit. It's probably still at like an 82 or an 83 if you added these all together. It doesn't really matter. It's in the hemisphere of AC Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. I'm really interested to see where it lands with the community. I want to see what the user score is this weekend. That's what I want to see. From what I'm hearing, Shadows is a good game. If you go and read the most negative reviews about Assassin's Creed Shadows, go and read them. The criticisms are not that bad. They're certainly there, but it's not like if you go read like a 7 out of 10, it's not like they're talking about like it's terrible, it's awful, it's trash. It's like they didn't like the RPG elements, or they didn't like certain things. I think it sounds to me like there are valid criticisms, but I don't think the criticisms are like stay away, don't buy. Right? There have been some games that have been like stay away, don't buy, like Star Wars Outlaws at launch. No, that was rough. That was rough. It should be 82, 246 divided by 3. That doesn't work though, Champagne, because it's you got to know how they weight it, and there's a quantity of review difference. There's more weight to the PlayStation score because there's more reviews there. I recommend trying an immersive experience. It'll do me just fine. Set difficulty to easy combat, expert stealth. It'll make enemies less spongy and stealth more realistic, authentic experience. Yeah, you could certainly craft it to that degree, Wooly. It's an aggregator, guys. That's all Metacritic is. The Xbox scores have less reviews. Yeah, there's less Xbox reviews. That's why. It's not that it's getting scored better there. It's just there's a smaller amount. Legendary Drop says, some AC Shadows reviews confuse me a bit. Complaints about story, characters, open world bloat, skill progression, yet boasts about stealth, performance, and graphics. It reads like 80% issues, 20% positive, but scores are 80% positive, 20% negative. How are these scores weighted? Well, what I would say to him is, most of the reviews that I read, the criticism of the story or the character or skill progression, those were things that people could eat around. Like if the stealth sucked, if performance was crappy, if the graphics sucked, well, you can't get immersed. You can eat around the story. Like, well, the story's not that great, but if you're enjoying the combat, if you're enjoying the stealth, if the game's running really good and looks really good, I think it's easier to eat around those things. If stealth was annoying, if combat was annoying, if performance was stuttery, if graphics were muddy, that's so much more disruptive than, yeah, the open world's a little bit bloated. Okay, you can ignore some of that, though. Skill progression. Yeah, again, I feel like that's easier to eat around. Why? Because skill progression isn't happening in the middle of your gameplay. Like, that would be my response to him, is that I think a lot of people, when they review a game, certain things have a more detrimental effect to their experience. And I don't think skill progression and story are as disruptive. Because if you're kind of vibing with the game, sometimes you're skipping cutscenes and dialogue anyway. You're just like, yeah, I don't really care. I just want to get to the next fight. I just want to get to the next thing. So I think I get what he's saying. I do. But I felt like when I read the reviews that were more on the negative side, like a 7 out of 10, I felt like they didn't think that, like, the issues were just super destructive. Like, yeah, story's kind of weak. You know, some of the characters are kind of weak. It wasn't like, oh yeah, and that destroys the whole experience. But if, like, gameplay mechanics like stealth and combat were bad, you can't enjoy the game, because that's what you're doing like 80% of the time. You know, to his point, 80% of what you're doing is you're engaging with the performance, the graphics, the combat, and the stealth of the game. You're not engaging with skill progression. You're not necessarily engaging with characters and story. Those are like more, you know, slice moments. So if you can enjoy the sneaking and the fights, and it looks pretty, I think a lot of gamers think that way. Like, there's a little bit of that monkey brain where they're like, looks pretty, and I'm bashing heads. That's all I need. I don't need the character's story and skills progression to be, you know, excellent. The best function of a story isn't to be logical or easy to follow. It's to make you hungry for completing the next goal. It depends on the game, though. I think it depends on the game. I don't know if I've ever played an Assassin's Creed and been like, well, the story better blow me away. I expect the story to be good. I thought the story in Origins with Bayek was excellent. But I wasn't like... My memory of Origins is more about how much I enjoyed the fighting, exploration, the RPG elements. They kind of took the game in a different direction. I enjoyed that. I wasn't like, you have to play it because the story's so good. I was always like, well, the story's dope, and I really like the lead character. I heard exploration and traversal was not so great. I don't think I can do a checklist Ubisoft open world again. The second character confuses me. They should have just done one. I heard stick to the roads. So I don't know if exploration and world bloat is as bad as some people are saying. I'll have to look into it myself, because I myself did not enjoy how bloated and how how bloated and how stuffed Odyssey was. That definitely was like an immediate turnoff for me. So, you know, obviously I'll be sensitive to that if I feel like it's just too much, because I don't like that. I don't like when a game feels overstuffed. The sticking to the roads thing is puzzling to me. Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of like wooded areas that you just can't get to, which I kind of agree with you. I thought that was a bit strange, but I'm seeing it from a completely different angle. I'm like, well, that means maybe there's not going to be a bunch of like go fetch this in the woods quests. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of fetch quests, but like maybe it'll be a little bit... Again, I've not played it, so I'm pure speculating here. Maybe they wanted it to be more on the lines of like linearity. Is it? We discovered this word yesterday. Linearity. Some linearity between what you're doing. So you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here. Instead of like, you can go from here to here, but there's all these other places you can go along the way. There's these woods you can explore and this, that, and the third. And it's like, maybe they tried to trim some of that down by making maybe they're trying to trim that down by having areas that you just can't go to help with some of the bloat. Counterpoint to bloat, you don't have to clear every village in AC Valhalla, but you can if you want. Some people like doing all the things. Having options doesn't hurt anyone. I think bloat works against incentive, though. Right? I think bloat works against incentive. The minute I see it bloated like that, it de-incentivizes me from exploring and looking and searching. I don't want to. It's like picture a game with a nice open world map, and they're like, go pick 25 flowers. And you're like, okay, I can do that. And then it says, go pick 25 flowers 100 times. You're going to say, why? The quantity works as like a demotivator. It's like it de-incentivizes me from doing it. So like if I enjoy clearing a map, if I enjoy getting all the little chingarings and all the little check boxes, but you have too many of them, then I'm going to say, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to guess Lone doesn't play MMOs. No, I don't. Let me tell you a little story about EverQuest. There was a time in my life where it was the summer and my friends were off doing stuff, and I was going to be home alone a lot when I wasn't at work, and I wanted something to play. I was like, let me get a game to grind. So I went to the store and I bought EverQuest. I was like, I remember my buds really, really enjoying this game. So I booted it up, and they found me, and they're like, oh my gosh, you got the game. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to try this out. And they're like, well, let's help you. And 2 hours later, we were standing in the same spot, killing spiders, and I said, I can't do this. I uninstalled it. I took it back to Best Buy that night, and I bought Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction Collector's Edition, or whatever it was called, and I just started, it just made me want to play Diablo. And I started a druid, I looked up a fissure build, and I had a frickin' blast. So yeah, I'm not cut out for MMOs, boys. 2 hours of killing spiders, and I was like, and we're still not ready to do anything new yet? And like, no, you got to go for a little bit further. There was some little meter we were trying to fill, and I was like, fuck it, I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. Yeah. I was pretty ticked, and I was like, I remember I went back to the store and I saw Diablo 2, and I was like, I've not played that in a while. Let's go back. Yeah. Let's go back. This is relatable. Yeah. And I had always played Diablo 2 as a druid, and I always played summon, and it always felt like it didn't scale well, like endgame. But the fissure build was so stupid fun. And then you could summon, you could summon just for the fun of it. You didn't have to rely on your summons. Did someone say Diablo? Ah, frick it. Donnie's here. Now he's going to talk about why Diablo 4 is actually good, and it's better now, and I should have gave it another chance, and he'll probably also talk about how handsome I am and how talented I am. I mean, he usually those are usually the things he'd make sure to say. I don't think I can ever go back. I appreciate your opinion on my looks and my talent, Donnie, but I don't think I could ever go back to Diablo 4. PoE2 better? Yeah. PoE2 is that's a haunting game. I wanted to play that with my wife so bad. It's just a tad too hardcore for her. It just wasn't going to work. She was going to die a lot. Look at this guy changing the subject. Did you know there's a future game show tomorrow? Yeah, I'm one of the official co-streamers. We'll be co-streaming it. I decided I'll co-stream it. Guys, 10 minutes. 10 minutes and we're going to Green Room. If we hit 350, I'll extend. I'll give you more show, and I'll gift. I currently owe you guys some members. I haven't done it yet. I've been kind of waiting to see if we were going to hit 350. We only need 12 more members. A great way to move that number is to celebrate your renewal. If you click the $sign at the bottom of the chat, you might have a renewal to celebrate. And if you have a VIP or a Member Plus to celebrate, it adds to the total. Okay, so PlayStation has published a blog. There it is. Patrick Q is going to make it a little easier, and he says, boom, $3.39 with the VIP. Thank you so much, Patrick Q, for 32 months in a VIP. Reveals and updates on indies coming to PlayStation. So they just published this blog here, Forever Skies. And Donnie's going to gift a member, and he's going to round it out really nicely. He might tempt somebody to do a 10 bomb. We're now at 340. Ooh, buddy. There we go. That's an easy dunker. And then I'll drop a 20 bomb. I'm going to slam it with you. It'll be fun. We've got this. We got that one. Nightling looks really, really cool. This one's coming August. This is the one where you fight with a shield. Do embeds play better now? Yeah, they play better now. This game looks really, really fun. It's kind of like Breath of the Wild meets, I don't know what. It does remind me a little bit of Breath. It's like Breath of the Wild and Immortals Phoenix Rising a little bit. So that one looks good. Possessors just had a trailer coming today. It's coming to PS5. This was the side scroller. It's a real fast-paced one. It looks good. They have a deep dive into combat here. See if I can get you guys some gameplay on the screen. There's some. That's a little choppy. These are like real short animated things. So there you go. And then we have Rough and the Riverside coming in June. These, again, are indie titles coming to PlayStation this year. The demo was fun to play. So this has got like that 2D and a 3D world charm. Harkens back to like an older time. This reminds me of some of those like Banjo-Kazooie style games. And then we've got Skate Story. Is this the one that somebody told me to keep an eye on? Yeah, what's going on here? Paul told me to keep an eye on this one. And Jay Wright is going to get us a little bit closer. We need 9 more members to extend. 9 more. And I got a gift 20. Yeah, I don't know if I would play a game like this. I don't really play skating games. You shred through obstacles in an underworld. Your quest to consume the moon. Yeah, I don't like the forward momentum games. Like, I didn't like... Everybody loves Sunset Overdrive, and I didn't like it. I don't like skateboarding games. I don't like forward momentum games. So, this one's called Skate Story. It's coming to PS5 sometime this year. Yeah, these are just not my cup of tea. You must have this. Yeah, wishlist it. There we go. Yeah, PlayStation just published a blog about indies coming this year. That's what that list was that we just scrolled through. I'm all over that. I'm glad folks are enjoying all the skating games coming. They're just not for me. I played 40 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Please learn from me. The journey beats the destination and a nasty grind. So Games Radar says 40 hours. Here's a tip. Okay, when you purchase, okay. Open worlds are a blessing and a curse. You're free to explore at will. All right, let's get through some of their tips here. What do they say? Clown College. I'm a bit of a procrastinator. Okay. You completed for knowledge. What? I do enjoy the latter tasks. They all come in different shapes and sizes, with some intractable only as Naue and others as Yasuke. Over the 40-hour plus I played Shadows, there have been a handful of moments where I realized I am woefully behind in leveling Yasuke and Naue's perks. Unlocking new tiers requires a lot of knowledge, which for me kicked off several gluts of shrine binging and not so relaxing meditation sessions to earn fancy double assassinations and new Naginata techniques. So it sounds like he's saying don't skip the knowledge points. Their knowledge points are used to unlock higher tiers of skills for Naue and Yasuke. They're gained from interacting with the world in a few different ways. However you end up gathering knowledge, take it from me, it's something you want to stay on top of before you need it, not after. So it sounds like his general tip is to don't fall behind on your knowledge points. All right, guys, you got 4 minutes to extend the stream. I don't know if you guys are going to try and do a buzzer beater, but you better hurry up. We need 9 members in 4 minutes. That's, for some of y'all, that's quick work. We'll see if you do it. If not, we're going to Green Room to plan the next day. It is, yeah. I think I've got a video cooking in my brain already that we can kind of maybe break down and discuss in the in Green Room. That's a great reason to be at Member Plus or VIP. You get to come to the Green Room. And a 5-bomb from Jack Garland. He's going to help us do it really close now. Right there on the doorstep. 4 members in 3 minutes. Don't be mad and actually interact with the game mechanics. Well, here's the thing, Lobo. I think some people think if I grind, I'll level up and I'll be strong enough and I'll be good enough. Going and doing particular tasks, there were some people that criticized that. They didn't like the fact that in order to level up and get certain skills, they had to go do particular tasks. And there's a renewal, and that counts. That's a member plus. 347. Thank you, Sir Gabby. And there it is. Gambit Zero is always helping with these extensions. He's always supporting the channel, and that's 352. Here's the 20 bomb that I owe you guys. We'll go for until 2. We'll go for another 30 minutes. You guys are the best. It's easy to justify keeping the stream going when we got the support that we do. I think it's time when Ubisoft fails to implement anything even closely resembling Gloom as a fallback when you can't run ray tracing. I think the base PS5 graphics are way below most other 60 FPS titles it offers. You are free to think this, but you are factually incorrect. AC Shadows on the base PS5 is lock in step with quality and performance modes of other AAA multi-plat games this gen. He's just wrong. Joker Quinn with a gifted member bumps the line by 1 and gets us to 353. AC Shadows is lock in step with the quality and performance modes of other AAA multi-plat games this gen. It's not a step back for the PS5. That just what he's saying is factually incorrect. I mean, you can think it, but it's not true. It just isn't true. It's like right now, boot up any multi-plat AAA game and turn on quality mode, and it's going to look the way that Shadows looks. The base 60 FPS mode does not look good at all on the base consoles. Well, then that's not an indictment of the Pro. That would be an indictment of the game, though. If they didn't properly optimize performance mode on the game. Let me go here and what is this? I'm trying to find a section with performance mode. It's more on the game. I don't see any major issues though. Any major issues at all. It's again, it feels lock in step. Hang on. I'm trying to get to the performance mode sections. What do we got? That's balanced. Yeah, this looks lock in step with other open world games right now. If you play, I mean, this kicks the dog crap out of Ronin. This looks so much better. It's smooth. There's lighting. There's shadows. There's details. It's maintaining 60. This doesn't look bad. This looks 10 times better than Monster Hunter Wilds performance mode. The image quality is clearer. It's crisper. There's nothing muddy or blurry about it at all. This doesn't look bad. This doesn't look like a step backward. Look at that. How could you argue this looks like a step backwards? It looks fine. It's a massive open world game. Well, this is Series S, so we don't need to see this. We don't need to subject ourselves to that. It's a massive open world game. I don't think that the performance mode at all looks like a generational step back. It looks lock in step with other big open world games that have come out this gen. Gonna get AC Shadows next week. Mike and a Mike with a super chat. Thank you so much, sir. I mean, you want to talk about a game that looks bad on the base consoles, go look at Monster Hunter Wilds and then come look at AC Shadows and try and tell me that AC Shadows looks bad on the base consoles. It looks fine on the base consoles. I don't think it's grifting. I think people get kind of stuck. I feel like people get stuck on negative wavelengths. I do. I don't think the guy on Twitter, and Paul certainly is not grifting. I think Digital Foundry and the like hurt the gaming discourse unintentionally. I would say it's unwitting or unintentional for sure. I don't fault them for any of this. They're just giving people the info. I think there's a lack of literacy and critical thinking that causes people to completely misfire in their conclusions and in their opinions. Right? Like somebody said it when we had the side by side up, when we had this up, a lot of people were saying that makes the base PS5 look bad. And I'm like, what the frick are you talking about? The image on the left looks fine. It looks fine. It doesn't look bad. In comparison to the Pro, it's enormously different. But if I go like this and I only let you see that, that doesn't look bad. That looks fine. The detail's good. The level of draw distance and fidelity looks fine. The shadows look fine. There's nothing here that looks bad. Does it look better than Ghost? Oh, Ghost is so unfair. Ghost art direction is so dadgum good. Ghost art direction is so good. It really, really hides the fact that it's a PS4 game. Ghost is gorgeous. That's peak. That's pinnacle. That's like when people say Red Dead Redemption 2 looks better than so many other games, and it's like, yeah, but I mean that you're taking like the tip of the mountain, and of course other things are going to look less than that. Tsushima's a work of art in many respects. It's so before its time. Yeah, Ghost is the cheat code, right? No, not Ghost Recon, Ghost of Tsushima. Trying to hold Ubisoft to Sucker Punch standards is a fool's errand. Yeah. Omar says, I just saw your comment. If they point out PC has the same issue, then wouldn't that inform a user or buyer accurately? If you're a potential buyer, doesn't that have value? I would think that someone might go, well, if PC has the same issue, then why would I spend more? I've been playing Ghost on the Pro. There are games that feel like they're time traveling. Like what Kojima has shown us with Death Stranding 2, it feels like he's traveling in time. It's like you built this game in the future and brought it back to us. And then Ghost of Tsushima 100% feels like a PS5 launch title that traveled in time. It's like that, you using those games to compare. Red Dead Redemption 2 feels like a game that traveled in time. It's like it almost doesn't even belong back there. It's like it belongs right now. Can you imagine Red Dead at that fidelity with a 60 FPS patch? Oh my gosh. Comparing to games like that, I think is always a mistake. I'm looking at AC Shadows for what it is. And I'm like, this kicks the dog snot out of Star Wars Outlaws. It kicks the crap out of Rise of the Ronin. I'm talking fidelity and performance. It looks fantastic. AC Shadows looks so good compared to Rise of the Ronin and compared to Star Wars Outlaws. Those are two open world games that have come out recently. One's very similar, Ronin. The other is from Ubi. And it's like, they looked bad. Outlaws looked gross. The art, the image quality was terrible. It was like the game was vibrating. And Ronin? Oh, golly. Don't even compare this to Ronin. You'll make Ronin look like a PS4 game. Evolutionary step for the series. I don't see it without having to pay $700. I mean, that was a concern. That was a concern I had when the Pro came out, that this was going to start to happen, that people were going to be like, oh my gosh, well, I'm getting table scraps. I'm not getting the real thing. Right? That was a worry, was that if the Pro really started to shine, it would make the base PS5 look like, chump change. Running on the Pro is still a letdown. It's still, from what I was told, it's not even stable 60. I don't know what the frick they did. I don't know what they're doing at an engine level or a render level or a lighting level. I don't know what they're doing in that game. But yeah, even on the Pro, it's not stable 60 from what I was told. And I'm like, how the frick is that even possible? It's not even that impressive of a game. Like, graphically, it isn't. Justifying my Pro purchase with the first 700 hour log time was Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 was a pretty big win for the narrative. It was. I think Space Marine 2, Horizon Forbidden West, and now I think Shadows. I think Shadows. I think Monhun Wilds was a pretty big indictment too. You know, it was like this thing's, you know, Dragon's Dogma 2 also. I think those were some big wins for people that were, you know, buying the Pro early and wanting to get the big jumps. Space Marine 2 was so shallow. I didn't go into it with expectations beyond what I got, Wooly. I played through the campaign co-op with my wife. I had an absolute dadgum blast. It was short and to the point. It gave me what I wanted. I went into places and I killed stuff viscerally and explosively, and then I packed it up and went home, and I was very happy. Performance and image quality were so dadgum good on the Pro. It was a visual feast. I loved it. I think it could have been longer. I felt like we were just starting to pick up, like, oh, it's getting good, and then we rolled credits, and I was like, what? Like, I could have gone another 5 hours easy. Zero crowd control. It wasn't a horde shooter. It was a shallow brawler. I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying there were so many of the bugs, but they didn't give you good crowd control? Is that what your issue is? It's the only way to play Gears on PlayStation so far. Give it time, Daniel. We know Gears. We know Gears is coming. We know it's coming. The infographic detailing Xbox's upcoming games roadmap is pretty daunting, and it doesn't include the secret games. What's our friend Jez here doing? What you talking about, Jez? So many games. What's the count here? 1, 2. Wait. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Okay, we got to scroll down here. I was like, wait, what the frick? Okay. State of Decay, Clockwork, E-Day, Elder Scrolls, Contraband, Perfect Dark Blade, OD, Everwild, Project Mara, Toys for Bob, Untitled Xbox Project. Oh, wait. We got to include 2025. Sorry. South of Midnight, Towerborn, Dune the Dark Ages, Tony Pro Skater, Outer Worlds 2, Ninja Gaiden 4. I agree with the premise here. This does, and I've said that we're about to enter the best cadence of Xbox's history, I think. It's obviously a little muddled because this is a lot of publishing efforts that'll hit PlayStation as well. I actually have concerns about this, and it's related to what happened to Ubisoft. Right? Is that Redfall? Yeah, this is the entire roadmap starting back here with like Ori. But like this block down here, the white bar to the green bar, when I look at Ubisoft, this to me is concerning because this level of cadence, this amount of production costs, if just a couple of these don't perform incredibly well commercially, that's worrisome for the studios. I'm not doing fear mongering. I mean it. Their operating costs are nosebleed high. I don't know if Jez talks about this in the article. If you want to read his article, go read his article. I don't want to show you his article. He just published it. I don't like undercutting people's work like that. That puts you at nosebleed high production costs. And if you don't have good commercial return on a lot of those games, those studios are in jeopardy. Like, look at what's going on with Ubi. Ubi's production cost and size got so big, they had a couple of games that underperformed, and look at where they are. And look at where Ubi is. Ubi's trying to have a fire sale. The future for Ubisoft is so bleak and so dark, it is not going to be good. It isn't. There are probably super talented people that help bring Assassin's Creed Shadows to light that won't have a job in a year because they're trying to sell off the property, and once they sell off the property, they're not going to need the studios. Right? Similar things can happen with Xbox. You got all these games cooking, and if a couple of these things don't hit and don't have good ROI, I'd be nervous for those dadgum studios, man, because your operating costs are so high. Microsoft will only tolerate that for so long. Microsoft likes to kill stuff. It's one of their favorite hobbies. It's one of their favorite hobbies is to kill stuff. You're so soft with PlayStation and so hard on Xbox. That's an undeniable bias that you have for the brands. Would you like to point out where I've been soft on PlayStation to substantiate what I believe is a false claim, which I'm accustomed to in this environment? Could you substantiate your claim that I've been soft on PlayStation? When I called their showcase in 2023 weak, when I heavily criticized them for only doing cinematic trailers, was that weak? When I called them stupid and dumb for requiring PSN on Steam, was that weak? Do you think that's weak? Should I have said more? And how am I being hard on Xbox by saying your operating costs are very high, this is very risky? I also said before saying that this is going to be their strongest cadence that they've ever had of games. That's called nuance. Chasing games as a service. Yeah, I said that Herman Holst should no longer be in charge of looking at live service games and assessing their quality because Concord was an embarrassment. I said that Concord was going to flop, and it did. Was that me going soft on PlayStation? Are you going to reply, or were you just here looking for a clip? I feel like I've been very consistently critical of PlayStation when they've done things that I don't like. Hard on someone after spending $70 billion on games that were coming to the market anyway. How ridiculous of you. If Shadow fails, Tencent will come knocking. Tencent's already knocking. Tencent's already knocking. Shadows, listen to me. AC Shadow's commercial success can't save Ubisoft. Ubisoft's too big for that. Ubisoft is too big for that. They have like 20,000 employees. You think one commercial hit can save them? They're in dire straits. They are not in a good place. They're not in a good place. I do not think that this is going to be a good year for Ubisoft. No matter what happens, I don't think it'll be a good year for Ubisoft. I think they'll end up in a situation where lots of studios end up being closed. I do. I think lots of them end up being closed. Doesn't Tencent own like 10% shares? Tencent wants to buy them, but Ubi wanted to make the Guillermo is so that family is there's a lot of pride there. They don't want to relinquish control. Why are you torn? Because the reviews look really, really good for Shadows, but it's like a 40-hour game minimum, and I'm always hesitant to start dense, really long games like with Odyssey and Valhalla. I just never did it. Guillermo family, or the guy isn't the family that like they don't want to relinquish control of Ubisoft? That's the name of the family, isn't it? Guillermo. As I understand it from everything I've read, they don't want to relinquish control of Ubisoft, and Tencent wants to buy them, and they want to be in control. They want to buy. Why would you buy them and leave them in charge? They've done a bad job. Like, what do you mean? I don't think that the deal between them and Tencent has been brushed off the table. I think they're still in talks. But at best, let them divest the IP and hold auctions. Selling off the IP is going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible. Because, like, let's say that PlayStation bought the IP. Who's PlayStation going to hand it to? Everybody's working on something. If Xbox buys it, who are they going to hand it to? Who? If Amazon, if any of these people buy Assassin's Creed as an IP, who are they going to hand the franchise to? All those studios with the experience, the institutional knowledge, and the people that have been building Assassin's Creed all these years, they'll be gone. If they just sell the IP, those studios will probably just close down. That's the fear that I have. Tencent owns 49.9% of the Guillemot family. What does that mean in English? What does that mean for Tencent? Why would they buy it when Tsushima is the best AC game ever? I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like your critics always look towards it's never enough for Xbox. They have their fair share of bad things, but when you point out that you have concerns for something, that flat out is... Let me explain something to you. We're 5 years into the gen. I want you to imagine that we're 5 months into a season of a sport, okay? And one team has done a really piss poor job. And one team has done a completely acceptable and good job. Who do you think I'd be more critical of? If a team starts to get its act together and starts to do a better job, I'm just supposed to ignore the last 5 years to be like, I hope the pattern doesn't continue. I hope the pattern of games coming late, not optimized well, and at 30 FPS, I hope that trend stops. Xbox is... I don't understand why everybody acts like those years didn't happen. Like you're about to have a great year, so we're just going to pretend that 5 years of disappointment didn't happen, that I'm not even using my Series X anymore. Like, if that's upsetting to you, I'm sorry, but like... That's just where I've come as a gamer. My standards led me here. Your standards led you somewhere else. That's not bias. That's just consumer choice. Things are flat out good for gamers, I think is going very hard for Xbox. Buying property that was already coming to the market as a multiplat is not something good for gamers. Goodness gracious, you sound like the scalpers who claim they're doing a service for the consumer. No, you're just getting in the way. Call of Duty was already coming to the market. It was. Indiana Jones was already coming to the market. Doom was already coming to the market. These games were already coming to the market. They were already going to be multiplats. They didn't do anything. Oh yeah, what they're doing is really pro-consumer. They spent $100 billion buying third-party studios so that they could keep the game's third-party. Yay, pro-consumer. What the frick? What kind of frick logic is that? Listen to what you're saying. ZeniMax was already third-party. ABK was already third-party. Microsoft buying those studios and keeping the games multi-plat is pro-consumer? What? What do you mean? They didn't do anything. There's nothing additive in what they've done. That's why I say this is concerning. Xbox operating cost is so insanely high. In the wake of the ABK deal, they laid off 1,900 people. That could be just the beginning. They closed down Arcane Austin. They closed down the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush. That could be just the beginning. When your operating costs are that high, all you got to do is look at Ubisoft to see what happens if you don't have good commercial return on what you're building. I think that observation is totally fair. We are talking about Microsoft. Microsoft killed Mixer behind the woodshed within like 6 months. They killed the Windows Phone. They're killing Skype. They don't care. Microsoft doesn't give a frick about any of this. I've always tried to drive this point home. Phil Spencer wears a nice jacket and Sarah Bond is really pretty. Put that out of your head. They're the front face of Xbox. I'm talking about Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't give a frick. If they're not getting good ROI, these studios will disappear into the ether. They'll be gone. That's not even fear-mongering. That's what Microsoft does. They're corporate raiders. They buy and eviscerate entire things. They take over, and then they completely eliminate competition in every space they try to go into. It's why they said in email we could outspend Sony under the table, because they could. If they were able to. I mean, if they could actually get around Japanese legalese of buying Japanese companies, they could have made it really, really hard on PlayStation with their deep pockets. So if Game Pass is so bad, why have they not killed it? I mean, you're not even having a conversation with me. I'm not talking about Game Pass. I'm not talking about Game Pass. If Game Pass is so good and so successful, why'd they move day and date to Ultimate and raise the price to $20? Why is there a rumored price hike coming in April? If Game Pass is so good and so successful. If it's so good and so successful, why'd they move day and dates to Ultimate? Day and date's no longer on standard. You got to spend $20 a month to get day and date on console if you sign up brand new. Game Pass has nothing to do with the conversation that we're having. I want to know. I really want to know what kind of like funhouse mirror logic do you have if you think that Microsoft spending $100 billion to buy third-party publishers and then they're becoming a third-party publisher? How is that pro-consumer? Those games were already coming to the market as third-party games. There's nothing additive in their behavior. Nothing. This is why the astroturfing and the mouthpieces that have been going off about how multiplat's pro-consumer and exclusives are anti-consumer. What are you even talking about? Xbox hasn't added anything to the market by buying ABK and ZeniMax. Those companies were already third-party publishers. There's nothing additive there. It's unbelievable. The shell game, the looky-loo, the sleight of hand that has happened, it's unbelievable. It only works because of the astroturfing. Tell me astroturfing's not going on when you have people believing that Microsoft has pulled off some kind of pro-consumer move by buying third-party publishers and now they're a third-party publisher. What kind of logic is that? There's no logic. It's just mantra. It's just ideology. It's just marketing. It's marketing. It's all it is. We're interacting with marketing whenever we have these discussions. New viewer, it's refreshing to find a critical, logical thinker. Nice job. You have a new follower. I thank you. Why not kill it? Microsoft kills things, you say? If you don't think that Game Pass's days are numbered as being an economic value point for you, you're not paying attention. If day and date moving to Ultimate and Ultimate going up to $20 doesn't rattle your cage, then I feel like you're asleep. Does astroturfing occur on PlayStation? Nope. Do you see PlayStation podcasts getting to interview Jim Ryan or Herman Hulst? Do you see PlayStation guys getting flown out to events? Do you see PlayStation guys getting inside scoop and press releases? Do you see PlayStation guys getting the bad news so they can soften the blow? Do you see any of the PlayStation channels getting that? Do you see any of the Nintendo channels getting that? The only company who does this is Xbox. Tell me there's no astroturfing going on when they're the only company doing it. They've literally given people careers. They went from paying people to promote the Xbox One and not divulge it, which now we have actual standards and laws about hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored. Why? Because of Xbox and their astroturfing. You think they just suddenly changed their approach? They just suddenly basically gave people careers in content creation and YouTube? You think that just happened by accident? All I see is everything that PlayStation does is a love letter. You need to explain what you mean. I don't understand what you're saying. We have it on public record. It's a matter of public record that Xbox uses console war and evangelistic strategies. It's a matter of public record that they get people to evangelize for them. It's a matter of public record that they use podcasters and influencers to soften the blow of bad news. I don't know what to call that, bro. I don't. And listen, if I'm blacklisted and people don't want to work with me for saying this, you're just going to make me say it louder. It just emboldens me because it's like I must be hitting a nerve somewhere. I must have upset some hornet's nest somewhere. And all I'm doing is observing what's happened in view of the public. All you got to do is look. Just blanket admission that this is how they operate. And so when we go to talk about something like this, what do I get? But they're doing stuff that's pro-gamer. Oh, for Pete's sakes. So you're not hard on Xbox? I've never said I've not been hard on Xbox. I wear that proudly. I wear it proudly that I have standards as a consumer and have been heavily critical of Xbox the last couple of years. I've never walked back from saying, yeah, I've been hard on Xbox. You said I was soft on PlayStation, and that, my friend, is not true. That's called a misrepresentation. I'll give you an example. That guy uses people's names for clicks. That's a lie. That is false. Saying that makes you a liar. People say things about my content all the time that isn't true, and you have done it. You have done it. I don't go soft on PlayStation. I go hard at PlayStation. I can't even get codes from PlayStation because I'm too critical. You can't sit in a chair and call PlayStation dumb for how they handled PSN logins and expect to get codes from PlayStation. Do you see me getting codes from PlayStation? You see me getting great treatment? No. I am heavily critical of them anytime I feel like they misstep. I called them dumb. Their handling of the PSN login with Helldivers was absolutely brain dead. Well, you do that, you're not going to get treated good by PlayStation. Have I postured at all to date? Does it sound like in my voice that I care? I hope Nintendo loses their lawsuit against Pocket Pair. Do you think I'm going to get good treatment from Nintendo being on public record as against their lawsuit and their trademarking? And that I think that their attitude, their litigious attitude and their trademarking is actually bad for gaming? Do you think I'm going to get good treatment from Nintendo? So when you come in and say, well, you're soft on PlayStation, I asked you for evidence of me being soft on PlayStation. You have not provided that evidence. Let me be crystal freaking clear here. If you're going to make statements about me, my brand, and my channel, and you don't supply evidence, you're just a liar. I don't respect people like that. I baited somebody in doing it over the weekend, and guess what? No evidence was provided because there is no evidence. There's no evidence of me using people's name for clicks. Never done that. Never will. There's no evidence of me being soft on PlayStation. I hammer them when I feel like they mess up. Like, what? You can't find evidence of me being like, it's not a big deal, it's okay. I've sat here and argued with members of this community about the PSN login thing for like 45 minutes to an hour, just hammering PlayStation for how stupid it was. I think the problem is that Xbox has made more missteps and more mistakes. They've done that. And in so doing, the frequency which with I've been critical of Xbox is higher. But what do you want me to do? This is kind of my question. The more loyal you are to something, the deeper the betrayal should be felt when something happens that's betrayal, right? Like, the longer you're in a relationship, betrayal is felt deeper, right? If you're dating for somebody for like a week and they betray you, you're like, well, that sucked, but, I guess it spared me. So what I don't understand is the people that are so loyal to Xbox, how on earth are you sitting in 2025 and not steaming mad at what they have done? all the promises, all the marketing, all the bluster about this generation, all the roadmaps, all the showcases, and you're not angry. I do not know how you're not irritated, frustrated, and angry as a consumer. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's some kind of weird version of Stockholm Syndrome. It's like they can do no wrong. Like they can mistreat you. They can lie to you. They can mislead you. It just doesn't matter. You just say, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll have some more. And it's just like, I don't get that at all. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't compute. I covered Destiny for 5 years, and I would hammer them when they would screw up. Why? Because I loved the game, and I wanted it to be better. Xbox hasn't hit a cadence promise, a roadmap promise, a performance promise. Not once this gen have they done it. They haven't. Everything has shown up late, at 30 FPS, missing features, practically everything. Hi-Fi Rush was a shadow drop. It dropped at an amazing quality and was great. And like what, Forza Horizon. But you're okay with Redfall launching in the state that it is. Starfield got delayed and launched at 30 FPS. Hellblade 2 launched at 30 FPS. Avowed got delayed and its performance is not good and the performance mode is not consistent. Forza Motorsport launched late and was missing features and was missing so much stuff and was so poorly optimized and was such a bad state, they removed it from competitive circuits. Halo's multiplayer launched in a beta and was missing features and it took months to fix things. And that was after another delay. All their roadmaps are a lie. All their release dates aren't true. All they do is roadmap and showcase bluster, and then everybody shouts and screams and celebrates, and then nothing shows up on time, and nothing shows up at the quality that I've come to expect this gen. Either at 30 FPS or buggy, glitchy, or missing features or not performing well. You've got Indiana Jones, showed up on time and at very good quality. Hi-Fi Rush shadow dropped and was at great quality, and then you got Forza Horizon, showed up at quality. Really, really solid games. 3. Everything else has been a joke. They were so dishonest in their marketing with the Series S, they set the video to private. I don't get how that kind of stuff just gets like shrugged at, but PlayStation though. How they managed to get Forza Horizon right? Institutional knowledge in a studio that's been making that game for a long time would be I think the easiest. It would be the easiest explanation. I'm okay having games every single month to play. How is that going for PlayStation? How many games have they launched in the last 2 years? Do you understand what you just did? You equate Game Pass to Xbox. So you played a bunch of second and third party games on Game Pass, but then you act like PlayStation didn't bring a bunch of games to market because you only count their first party studios. Do you see what you're doing? It's such a rigged deck. That's such a rigged deck, brother. Yes, you get games every month to play on Game Pass. That's a great value. That's not. I can't believe that you would make that comparison and think that that's like a compelling point. PlayStation brought more exclusives last year than Xbox. They did. Their publishing efforts are more effective. I will never understand this outlook that PlayStation has no games. You're going to waive the Game Pass one. Well, Game Pass for the last 5 years has primarily been full of second and third party games. Do you know what I could have done that entire time? Got games on PlayStation Plus. Do you see? Like, you're attributing something to Xbox as if that was a bunch of first-party cadence. Like, you were getting all these great first-party games every month. No, you weren't. You were getting indies, third-party, second-party, and that's great. I think that's a great value, but I can get the same thing on PS Plus. I can get a bunch of games that aren't first-party, and every month I've got games to play. So I should be mad with Xbox and not PlayStation? I've not once said what you should do. I don't understand how anybody isn't mad. I don't get how you're okay with what they've done. They have completely evolved as a brand. They have completely abandoned all of the things they promised with Project Scarlet and the Series X. They've abandoned all of that. If you're okay with that, you and I just have different standards. Like, you don't care that you bought something on promises that never happened. You don't care that you bought into a generation that has been an absolute disaster as far as cadence and quality goes. None of that bothers you because Game Pass, though. Like, I don't find that very compelling. I don't. Like, it's okay that they abandoned power narrative. It's okay that their cadence of game delivery was bad and at poor quality. All that's forgiven because Game Pass? Well, wouldn't you then say that you can forgive any misstep that PlayStation makes because they have PlayStation Plus? Like, that logic doesn't track with me. Signing up for a subservice doesn't wave some magic wand to, like, oh yeah, that covers a multitude of sins. Everything Xbox did is okay by me because Game Pass. Mark with 32 months. I was a huge Gears fan back in the day, really hoping that they don't mess up the franchise. It's a big opportunity to see those games come to PlayStation. Keep up the honest coverage. Love it. Thank you so much for 32 months and a VIP. I'm not telling you what you should feel. I don't understand how you don't feel it. You can't make that make sense to me. I have way more respect for the Xbox fans that are out on Main Street angry and ticked off and trading in their Xboxes. That makes sense as a consumer. You didn't get the stuff that they promised you. And now that they're going to start to deliver at a good cadence, it's all going to PlayStation. How can you not? How can you not look at that and not see why people are irritated? They've completely invalidated their hardware. And it took 4 years. You can do whatever you want. You came in, said I was soft against PlayStation. I cited all the ways that I've not been soft on PlayStation. You didn't substantiate your claim about my content with evidence. You just came in and you made a claim. And that claim is not true. Then you said, but you're harder on Xbox. You better believe I'm harder on Xbox. They've done a really, really poor job this gen. I feel like they've fallen woefully below expectations and promises that they set out for the consumer. So yes, I am harder on Xbox. It's a false dichotomy to say, well, if you're harder on Xbox, you're automatically softer on PlayStation. No, that's not logically coherent. I can be hard on both, but the frequency and severity of what I say about Xbox is higher because of what they've done. It's hard to argue on text. I mean, yeah. Okay. It's hard to argue on text. It didn't seem that hard for you to come in and say I was soft on PlayStation. You can't cite a single reason when I was? Even harder to show evidence? Listen. Why don't you take a different approach? Why don't you ask me a question instead of asserting what you think you know about me, probably because you came from Twitter. So why don't you ask me a question? Put it on me. Make it easier on yourself. Ask me about something that you think I should be hard on PlayStation about or critical. Ask me, and I'll tell you what I think. Stop thinking that you know what I think because maybe you saw a clip somewhere. You come here thinking that you know me. Well, come to the source. Just ask me. Hey, Reforge, what do you think about this? And then I'll tell you. And then you could say, I think you're being soft on PlayStation. You could make an assessment. Right now, you don't even have an instance. You can't even give me an example of when I've been soft on PlayStation. So take the pressure off yourself and just ask me. Lono, what do you think about this? And I'll provide you my answer. Do you see, a good thinking person wouldn't think they know what I'm all about. They'd come and ask me. What do you think about ketchup on steak? It's something that a child would do. Seeking clarity? Asking questions? What do you think this is, a conversation, you silly streamer? It's not hard to come here and ask me what I think about things. I just did. What do you think about the lack of first-party PlayStation games the last 2 years? Yeah, that's a fair question. I was very critical of the showcase in 2023. I was critical of no showcase last year. I've been critical of the lack of first-party. I have. I've been like, tell us what you're doing. Tell us what's coming. I would like to know, right? They, for whatever reason, they had that break where basically we had Horizon Forbidden West DLC and Spider-Man, and then we had Astrobot, right? I've been critical of that. Why? Because I like their first-party studios. I want them to show up more. I do. However, you have to see that their publishing efforts are not so one-dimensional. They have publishing efforts and relationships with first party, second party, and third party. They're spending money to bring me games. So, last year, what did I get to play because of their efforts? I got to play Stellar Blade. I got to play Helldivers 2. I got to play Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I didn't play Final Fantasy, but I could have if I wanted to. I got to play Astrobot. See, they're spending money to publish and bring games, which that's first party, right? Stalker 2 was counted as first party. People are counting Ninja Gaiden as first party. Why? Because Xbox paid for the publishing. Well, if you're going to count the publishing efforts, then the whole conversation changes. My preference as a consumer is I love their first party studios and I would love them showing up more often. I was heavily critical of the fact that they had Bend working on a live service game and they had Blue Point working on a God of War live service game. I was heavily critical of that. I was like, that's incredibly stupid. Who greenlit that? You need Bungie in the room helping with these judgment calls because Herman Holst does not have a good track record right now. He thought Concord was going to be amazing. You got Blue Point working on a God of War live service game, and then you got Ben working on a live service game. But I haven't felt dissatisfied with my PlayStation because I'm continuing to get games because of PlayStation's publishing efforts. Do you see? I can be dissatisfied with the cadence of first-party presence, announcements, release dates, games. I can be dissatisfied with that, but be like, well, I mean, you guys are still you're bringing great product to the market. I love Stellar Blade. Who published? I don't think Ronin. I don't think they published Ronin. I don't think they published Ronin. I loved Rise of the Ronin last year, and it was published by Sony. You see? That's a first-party game, according to the definitions that people use. What do you think about when a multi-platform game gets an exclusivity deal to get excluded for Xbox? I would need to know the game that you're talking about. In a very 30,000-foot general way, I think developers enter those agreements because they like it and it benefits them. And so the whole notion that it's anti-consumer and that it shouldn't happen, I think developers have a lot more decision-making about this type of thing. It's not that simplistic. The villainization of exclusives and the blanket claims that you make more money if something's multi-plat or that, you know, it's anti-consumer. Developers enter into these agreements for a reason. I think it helps them. It shrinks the scope of the game. They're only developing for one platform, like with the PlayStation exclusives. Like, look at Rise of the Ronin and then look at its port to PC, right? It runs better on PlayStation, right? They're having all kinds of issues on the PC port. So I think developers enter into those agreements because it helps them. It keeps the scope of the game smaller. Sony oftentimes in these exclusive deals shoulder some of the marketing. Marketing's really freaking expensive. So, you know, medium-sized third-party developers or even AAA developers, you know, that's nice to have Big Daddy Sony come in and shoulder some of the marketing. I don't have a problem with it. I don't. Both teams were doing exclusives. One team stopped doing it, and it suddenly became a problem. And they got all their mouthpieces to run the narrative for them and act like it's good and it's good for the consumer. They all flip-flopped and changed their positions because their positions aren't genuine. Their positions are just marketing talking points. You're not interacting with an authentic viewpoint or someone that genuinely believes it. They're just parroting what Phil Spencer says. They're going to keep doing it. They're going to be lock in step with Phil to the grave. Because that's just there. It's either audience capture or brand capture or allegiance capture. I don't know what it is, but a lot of these people are just lock in step with whatever Phil says. That's why I'm like, you really are going to let the team that's losing talk about what the industry's doing? You think they're the authority on gaming? You think Xbox is the authority on gaming? You think they know what's best? I'd go to PlayStation and Nintendo. If you were an alien and you crash landed here on planet Earth and you were going to ask a gaming company how to be successful in the market, I don't think you'd go to Xbox. You'd go to PlayStation or Nintendo. You wouldn't look at what's going on right now, completely zero bias and zero history, and be like, well, clearly we should talk to that team over there. So to me, it's the same. When Xbox makes agreements, they have games going to Game Pass, but some people, maybe you, think that's bad. No, I've never ever said that companies entering into agreements to go to Game Pass is bad. I've never said that. I've said that a lot of studios like to go to Game Pass because they get a nice big fat check from Xbox that's guaranteed revenue to potentially fund their next project, and they like that. However, it doesn't work out for everybody the same way because it does hurt sales. And some studios really want to make sales. And some studios are on record saying it's really hard to flourish on Xbox if you're not on Game Pass. It's a catch-22. How can you compete on Xbox with your game at full price when their user base is staring down the barrel of a bunch of games they don't have to buy? It's harder to sell. That's why, commonly stated by Xbox guys, I'll wait for it to come on Game Pass. Is it going to be on Game Pass? If it's not on Game Pass, I'm not interested. They fostered a culture of non-purchase, and so third-party developers look at the platform now and they're like, well, if you're not on Game Pass, it's harder to get sales because they fostered a culture and a consumer hive mind of, well, we don't really buy games, we get them on Game Pass. So you have 20-something million people that are sitting there arms crossed and won't buy your game. So it's a catch-22. You either go on Game Pass and get less sales because you're on Game Pass and they don't have to buy it and you get a lump sum from Xbox, or you roll the dice and don't go on Game Pass and hope you can compel the people who are prone to not purchase to purchase your game. Do you see? Like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's antithetical to what game companies want. Game companies want to sell games. For goodness sakes, it's the new marketing talking point from Phil and the head of Xbox Game Studios. Apparently, that's the primary thing studios care about, is getting as many players as possible. And yet, you're going to foster an environment where people actively don't buy games. Brilliant. Brilliant. So, I don't think that it's bad. I think it's counterproductive. I think what they did with Game Pass has been largely counterproductive. Listen, two things can be true at the same time. Game Pass is an incredible value for the consumer. It's stupidly good. It's such an incredible value to the consumer. It's so valuable that it's actually been counterproductive for what gaming development companies need and want. They need to sell games, bro. They need to get ROI. They need to generate revenue. And you've got you've got a huge user base now that is like, well, I don't really buy games. I'm on Game Pass, baby. I mean, look at the bragging points of the Bleed Green podcasts and the loyalists right now. What do? Thanks for buying the games, ponies, so we don't have to. Do you hear yourself? People can see you. Do you hear what you're saying? You just said, I'm not a consumer. What? Well, then you have no voice in the conversation. You have no power. The consumer's greatest power in the equation is to purchase or not purchase. And you're basically like, I'm not a consumer. I'm just going to sit on Game Pass. Thanks for buying the games, ponies. Oh, for Pete's sakes, why don't you just tell Xbox that you don't matter to them and that the people over there matter more? Who do you think's going to get priority? You're saying it with your full chest that the PlayStation user base is better. Never said that. No. What I'm telling you is that's a mantra commonly stated by people about Game Pass. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about you, Game Tropics. I'm saying Game Pass has birthed an ideology of non-purchase. It's literally a chest-pounding bragging point for people who are like, you're buying the games, ponies, so we don't have to. Homie, that is an emergent property. That came out of Game Pass, brother. Game Pass and multi-platform games have a strategy, and believe me, the term is losing is getting a lot of power with that. And the team that's losing is getting a lot of power with that. What kind of power do you think you're going to have publishing? Does EA have power over any of the platforms that they publish on? Does 2K, does Tencent, does Embracer, do any of these big giant conglomerates, do any of these guys have, how do you have power as a publisher? Did Sega get power when they turned publisher? Like, where's the power coming from? What do you mean? You're on that Trojan horse wavelength. What, there's no Trojan horse here. There's no power. How do you have, listen to me. How do you have power when you have now structured your business around relying upon and needing other platforms like PlayStation and Nintendo to get ROI? Who's in the position of power here? Xbox as a game division is now extremely dependent upon PlayStation and Nintendo. So who exactly do you think is in the position of power here? What? Who has the power in that equation? You fund our games? Who gives a frick? Who cares about that? What do you mean our games? They're on all the platforms. What's our games mean? What does that even mean anymore? What do you mean our games? How are they your games if they're everywhere? How is Doom our games? Doom the Dark Ages? Really? Is that your game? It's everywhere. What? Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like when Uncle Phil, like, we? What do you mean? You got it. You got me to rant. You got me to rant for 20 minutes. We're late to go to green room. You got it. You got a rant out of me. Congratulations. Listen. Tropical. I'm sorry, Game Tropics. You've been respectful and you've dialogued with me. Other than saying something that I feel like I falsified, that like I'm soft on PlayStation. This has been fine. This has been fun. Come back every day and do this. EA and other companies don't have the servers and are not getting all the data on every single platform they publish. It's a little tricky to explain here. Okay. I'm giving you 5 more minutes. Listen to me. You do not have to own the servers to have all the data. You don't. So it's not like EA. Let's say that EA games run on like AWS, Amazon Web Services, or they're running on like Azure. I don't know. Whoever server space they're paying for, or whatever cloud solutions they're paying for, whatever. They still have all the data on the player behavior. It doesn't matter who has the servers. I actually think there's probably legality behind that, right? Like, just because they're using AWS doesn't mean that AWS is sitting there tracking everything that you're doing. There's probably legalese there, because you enter into an agreement with EA. You don't enter into an agreement with Amazon. I'm saying as a hypothetical. I don't know, but whoever owns the servers don't necessarily have access to all the data. And they don't even need to own the servers because they own the companies. So when Microsoft owns Call of Duty, they now have all of that data, all of that info, all that player behavior. You're right in saying that's powerful and potent information. It's not powerful and potent information over PlayStation or over Nintendo. It's powerful and potent information on how to build, plan, or market your games. So they understand the degree to which somebody might buy microtransactions in Call of Duty. They understand the degree to which somebody might play a game over the course of a 14-day period, so intervals of deliverables can be sort of dictated by that. Like, how often do we need to hit these people with marketing or an update, right? That doesn't give them power over PlayStation and Nintendo. They've literally said, listen, you've got to hear this. So many people miss this because they thought that we didn't understand context and that the CFO was talking about ABK. In November of 2023, the CFO of Xbox told you where this was going. He said that PlayStation and Nintendo were formerly viewed as competitors. You are quite literally in the middle of a forest fighting a war that has ended. You're shooting at ghosts, mate. There's nobody there. There's no fight anymore. Xbox does not view it. I was making such a good point, and the stupid, we switched ingest servers. I was making such a good point. I was making such a good point. Dadgummit. Oh. We got to go to Green Room. He was respectful. They got their, people probably got clips. I don't care. We got to go to Green Room. The point is, when the CFO of Xbox says, we don't consider Nintendo and PlayStation competitors anymore, that there's not some secret agenda. There's not some Trojan horse. There's not some, this is a power play by Xbox to beat Nintendo and PlayStation. The man who is courting would-be investors, he told those people that we don't consider them competition anymore. They're not competitors anymore. When he says that, it's over. It's over. It's done. There is no secret strategy here. There is no secret plan to beat PlayStation. You're thinking so backwards on this. If you think there's some kind of an agenda or plan for Xbox to come out on top here, there is no coming out on top. There isn't. They're either going to be successful as a publisher or they're not. That's it. That's what they are now. There is no like, we finally did it. We finally pulled out the secret plan. Because if the CFO of Xbox was lying and they still consider Nintendo and PlayStation competitors, you get sued, homie. You get sued. You can't tell would-be investors and shareholders that you're no longer competing. You no longer view them as competitors, but you secretly do. And the Bleed Green podcasters, they know better. No, they don't. They didn't even understand what the man said in 2023, and they accused people like me about not understanding context when they didn't understand the context. I don't know why you get information from those guys anymore. Like, a lot of those guys are the ones propagating the Trojan horse mantra that like this is some kind of a plan from Xbox. No. All right, I got to go to Green Room. If you want to come with us, you got to be at Member Plus and above. Click join, upgrade, do the things. We're going. Hey, thanks so much for being a paying member. This is a segment called The Green Room, and it's for Member Plus. It's for VIPs. We break down the news. We plan. We sketch out videos. It's behind the scenes for you. We are at a new record of 610 people at Member Plus and above. Thank you guys so much for doing that. Thank you for being a part of what we do here and supporting the channel directly. If you're watching the tail end of the last stream, it got a little ranty, little lively, but it was fun, and it was respectful. I'm going to end that stream and redirect folks over. If you want to come with us to The Green Room, go to the membership tab and pick Member Plus. It's $6 a month for the cost of a cup of coffee every month, just one time, $6 once a month. You get into all these extra segments and the day doesn't end. So I'm going to change that thumbnail because we're no